on this fine. Oh, it is me. I forgot to change the screen. Hold on. Hi, guys. How's it going? We're probably gonna have at least one more Silver No jump scare because I forgot to change the overlays because Silver No is supposed to be here tonight. He really truly was supposed to be here tonight. That was the plan. That plan didn't seem like it was gonna change until until the devs decided to throw us a curveball and have not mentioned it since. It has been 12 hours and they have not made an official statement anywhere. And I am so confused as to why they have not made any sort of acknowledgement of this game-breaking situation that we are in. This is wild to me, because normally the things that break are like here and there, or they're more so for like certain individuals and not for the entire community of people. I have a feeling, this is my conspiracy theory. I obviously do not work for Twisted Wonderland. If I did, that would be a dream come true. But I am like almost fully convinced that they do not have a marketing department or a PR department. Because the marketing that we've been getting has been not great. And the fact that they have not made an official statement about this, given how many people are having this issue, just further reinforces to me that they don't have anybody on PR or on marketing that would be handling those things. I am just legitimately flabbergasted. I honestly don't know. Yeah, no one can do their lessons. No one can do their lessons. No one can do any of the main story. All of the main story through the main story module is broken. You can only review it through the archive. So if you are trying to actually play the game because you have not finished the story, you cannot do that. You cannot do the conversion thing that they implemented and told nobody about. Some of the stuff in Sam's shop is broken. Do we want to go through that real quick? We can have another Silver No jump scare and we can go through all of the things that are broken. It is so bizarre, and I think what's happening is the 4th anniversary is coming up, so I think they were trying to stop. Yeah, no pulling on mirror for certain people. Certain people are having that issue, so other people are not. Same thing for missions. Some people's missions are broken, some people's are not. Here, let's let Silver No take it away for a little bit. Why not? I'm going to get all of the bugs, because why not? I'm not ready to speak tonight, but here we are. Hello. And Nesty is also very peeved that we cannot take lessons. So yes, as all of you know, hitting the lessons button breaks the game. So you have to go back to the title. And normally it's not such a bad thing, except for the fact that this is not the only place this is happening.
Twisted Wonderland.
Twisted Wonderland. Yeah, we shall go into Twisted Wonderland. We shall try to read the main story. Schemer of the Scalding Sands. That seems appetizing. Let's see if it works. No. Now we have to go back to the title screen. Oh my! How delightfully fun our gameplay is today. How lovely the devs and no one on the official English team has acknowledged this existence of all of this game breaking at all. Let's go to our exams. Let's try an exam. Oh, look at that, boys. I wonder who has body details. Oh no. Oh no. We can't look at the body details. Not from this screen. We have to go back to the title. Round 3. It is legitimately upsetting that there are this many bugs.
Twisted Wonderland.
Now, oh my gosh, there's a convention button. Look at that. What does that do? It goes to the top screen. What? Isn't that exciting? Isn't that so work.
ツイステッドワンダ
It is not the battles that do not work. It is specifically.
見たか
Here, hold
ど
on.
このどこの
Let me make Ernesto quiet for a bit. It is specifically buddy bonuses within the battle. If I go to the exam and I play the exam, nothing bad as you can. Well, you can't see. Hold on. As you can see, I used my EP. You can do the battle. You can't do the buddy bonuses. The buddy bonuses break everything. I did not try in here, but maybe. Let's see. Oh, never. Never. If the dead ever learn of my existence, I think I will go in a hole and cry. I know. Now that I'm thinking about it, someone is probably going to send this to them. It's specifically the body bonuses. Specifically only body bonus. You can do the battle. The battle works fine. See, we can play the battle. If you want to know who has what buddy bonus, then you get sent to the battle screen. That's it. That is all. It is so bizarre. Also, speaking of Sam, do you know what Sam has going on at his shop today? If you try to sell the item to Sam, there's no prices. There's no prices at all. If I'm going to do the cookies, oh, now there's Japanese. So many things are broken, and there has been no official statement. Everything is broken. Everything. It is hilariously bad. It is the card leveling is fine. Card leveling is fine. You can level your cards. You will not get kicked for leveling the cards. You can upgrade the card level, and you could do all. It is fine. Upgrading through items, fine. That is fine. You can even, if you want to, you can restore your LP. You can't use it, but you can restore it. You could do that. You could do all of these things. What I suspect happened is that the 4th anniversary is happening soon. 4th anniversary. The 3rd anniversary, they implemented so many things. They did so much that it crashed the game. I think what they are trying to do is get some of the things for the 4th anniversary in the game before the 4th anniversary, then announce those features at the 4th anniversary. Unfortunately, doing so has completely destroyed the gameplay of this game for 12 whole hours. And that's it. I don't understand. And it's very funny because the story piece works. You can read vignettes. You can read charts. You can do all the other things, but you can't do the 2 main pieces of Twisted Wonderland. You can do event flashbacks. You can do Glorious Masquerade, but you cannot do the main story. You can do this. You can't take
鐘の音が聞こえるかね
It's very silly. So that is the current state of the game. Oh, oops, I did not mean to hit OK. Oopsie doopsie. There we go. Hold on. So this is where we are at. And because of this, I cannot do the Nuzlocke. I can't even do the Nuzlocke cheekily like we did that one time. Because I can't even do the main story on this account. We can't even go through the story here. It's so ridiculously funny and so ridiculously scuffed. It's so strange. So the plan is to keep the game up for music in the background. We will do music. We could also chime near the chamber. We can see if it's also broken on this account as well. But But a lot of the stuff is not working. Not working as intended. So try the mirror. I could try one singular pull. I could do one. This is Silver Nox account, so I have to do one pull. Who do we want? Now let's try one singular summit. I will lose gems. It would be very sad. I swear I'm going to lose gems. Let's see if it works. Let's see. First up, I know some people were having this issue. Some people were having this issue. 30 gems is not the same as losing a whole key set. It would some people do, some people do not. So I'm willing to sacrifice one pull in order for science. I can do one pull for science. One singular pull to see if it does or does not work. But that is it. We are not doing a 10 pull. We are not doing anything fancy. We are not doing paid gems. We are just for science. And for the twist steps that will inevitably probably see the stream because I feel like someone is going to clip it now that has been put into the universe. And see me doing my very silly voice, which is very annoying. We will see. We will see if for science this will work. We shall see. We shall see. Okay. Oh! It works! Look at that! No title screen! Do not! I swear this is an SSR! Okay, thank God, that would have been too much of a jump scare! That would have been so scary! Okay, it's just an SSR! Look at this, Jamil! There we have him, he's uncapped now! Good job, Jamil! Okay, so that works. You can get your tokens, but you can do some of these. Again, for some people it seems to not work. For me, it did work. I cannot say for sure that it would work for everyone, but that is the state of the game. That is where we're at. So we have 3 major systems that are broken. One of which is a new system that they have tried to implement. And then there are some other little bugs. We can change the home screen. Yes, we can do this. I already did this to bring Ernesto because I felt Ernesto would be appropriate for the circuit that we are running here. I thought you can change, you can do all the things. It will let you. It will not stop you. It will do things. Stop testing things, but the testing is so fun. We have all night to read fix. We've only been testing for like 10 minutes. We are having such a circus. I thought Ernesto would be appropriate. So we're going to put Ernesto back. There we are. So there he is. And then you can make it bigger. Most things still work fine. The guest room still works fine. What you cannot do in the guest room, if you go again, if you go into the battle and you try to look at your buddy bonuses for the battle, it will kick you out. Do not look at the buddy bonuses. It will crash the game. God only knows why. I think I know why. I think it is related to the last time that the buddy bonuses were broken. I think they tried to re-implement that, and it is because of the other issues that are happening. It is causing everything to break as well. Oh no, I did the wrong layout. Oh, I'm so silly. I had to do the Jade layout, and all I did was the Comfort Redux layout. Oh no. Well, what can be done? What can be done? History works, exams work, the event works, the stories aside from the main story work. You can get to your inbox, you can get to your gift box, you can restore your LP, you can restore your gems, presumably. I don't know why you would do that on a day such as this. Your profile is fine, your friends are fine, your archive is fine, your album is also fine. Album works particularly fine. Click on news? Yeah, we can click on news. We can. Hey, there's no news. There's no news at all. There's none. There's none on the official site. There's none on the official Twitter. There's none on the official Instagram. There's no news nowhere. They have not acknowledged it yet. They have not acknowledged. I again do not understand why that has happened. You can click on the banners, they will take you where they need to go. Let's see. Celebrate everything works besides the things that you need to use to play the game. Twist tunes work. Twist tunes are fine. I tried them. I didn't try the mini games, but I've assumed that they are fine. Mini games are fine. It is lessons. It is lessons. It is main story through the main story portal. It is the conversion system that they tried to add. And it is anytime you check the buddy bonuses from the battle screen specifically, the battle setup screen. So literally only the important parts of the game are broken. And then Sam has a little bit of funniness. Sam has a little bit of a cough. Wrong Sam. The other Sam. This Sam has a little bit of a cough. But besides that, ew, I could buy these. I probably should not have done that. They're probably going to reset everything, but it's fine. Anyway, so that I wonder if the help works. So that is everything. That is all. The main things that are broken are the main things that you would do every single day. So that is the current state of play. For anyone who is curious, that is all the things that are broken that I have found. So, kind of intimidating to be around a fox and a cat. Well, yes and no. Yes, because they are fox and cat, but no, because they are also businessmen like myself. We are all carnival people here. We are all carnies. It's a good time. It's a good time. So, my. Well, I'm glad to see you here as well. I'm glad to see you here. But, so that is it. You can always check my buddy bonuses in the cards. Yeah, you can do that. That is not broken either. The hover animation is restored. And you can do that. You can do the click and hold thing again. And get to these. Why are you not in your dorm uniform for alchemy, sir? You can get to this page and you can check the baddies and all that from here. But again, you can also pin. That's new. You can mark the card. No idea what that does because it was not communicated as a feature, but you can mark them. That's new. So that's cool. Very fun, very fun. Your OC is very cool. I believe Silver Doctor reacted with emojis to it before. So, next as the main card that you use. Oh, let's try with Azul. Now he's marked. What happens? This is updated. So we got this lovely screen to be able to go through your cards and see who is where. But at the cost of this, we lost our lessons and our main story. However, you can go through all of the things now. The vulnerabilities, the curse immunities, it's great. Marked, there we are. So it is just another way to see the cards. Interesting. We shall unmark Azul. We shall unmark him. And then we shall go and make sure that it is not unmarked cards, because that will inevitably break something when they revert the game to the previous version. The only thing, besides the lessons, the story, and then the conversion that would send you to the home screen, is if you click the buddy details button. That is the only other thing that is broken to my knowledge. Everything else is fine. But if you hit this button, you will be forced to return to the home screen. Don't ask me why. So the very important things are still broken. And this specific button, for reasons I assume are tied to the same exact reasons that we were getting the other issue a month ago, when you would have all of the buddy bonuses activated at the same exact time. Even if they did not apply, I think it is tied to that as well. So that is the state of play. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you so much. We are going to read Fanfiction tonight. We have some very impatient individuals. we shall be reading the rest of the evening shall be devoted to Fanfiction. And we will see if the app ever kicks me out. If it does, then perhaps they are working on a solution. But if the music is not interrupted, then we shall be, status quo. So, let me scan away. I will hand it back to Silverlocked now, and then you can all talk and chat and do all the things you normally do, okay? Alrighty, bye-bye. Hello, I'm on the wrong side. Nope. I always do the wrong one. But hi, hello. Welcome back to everything. That is currently where we are at in terms of the Twisted Wonderland app. So if anyone was wondering, that is all the things that are broken that I have found. That is all the things that has happened. We are here tonight to read fanfiction instead. So the Fez will probably laugh. The rat explain. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. No, if I would be flattered. I would be flattered if the devs used my stream as the example for all of the things that have gone wrong. I am so terribly sorry to them if they do that it was Silver No and not myself the entire time. Anyway. Spice? Usually show. Oh, okay. I was like, you did not recommend Spice for the fanfictions. If you recommended Spice, I'm unfortunately going to have to ban you. Okay, no, you're talking about something completely unrelated. Okay. Anyway, where's the wheel? Here's the wheel. Hi, guys. Oh, your noodle. Yeah, no, I figured that out after like 2 seconds. I was like, wait a minute, what? My brain did not catch up with what was happening. So all of the fics that have been recommended in the previous fic reading streams, as well as the 2 additional new ones that were recommended like today or yesterday in the Discord, are on the docket. The ones that are bigger on the wheel are ones that people in the community have written themselves. And then the littler ones are ones that the community members have recommended for me to read, but they are not written by members of the community. So they are written by people that I do not and we do not know. But today, our first fic that we are going to be reading this evening is... Bricks on Parade. Yes, so normally how this works is that I review them before we go live. I go through and try to at least skim them, even if I don't read them fully. And then I will see whether or not they are. All of the ones that were initially given for the initial fanfic reading stream, all of those have been vetted by me personally. Some of these I don't fully know, but some of them were given by members of the community that have written before. Unfortunately, this one is over the word count. This is 5,971 words. Is it multiple chapters? It is. Okay, so that might just be the total words. So, okay, so we should be good for chapter 1. The new ones are from people that have submitted before and their submissions have been fine. So I am trusting them. I trust them very much, very much. If it was not submitted in the fanfic reading stream thread in Discord, then it will not be included. It may have also gotten read on a previous stream, so that might be why it is not there as well. I have not gone back through for the New Year's stream and did those, but linked those. The fic that you said, if it was in that thread, then it would have been included unless there was an issue with it. So, I also, every time we do this, it gets less and less organized because I cannot remember who did what and when and how. So, there is a chance that I also missed it. But, there's a thread in the Discord. It's in the fanfic channel. It's underneath the fanfic channel. It's called, Fic Reading Stream Recommendations. They have to go in there, otherwise I don't know that they're for me. If you put them in the regular fanfic channel, I just assume that they are for everybody else. They gotta go specifically in that thread, otherwise I will not add them to this. Not to suggest you volunteer safety check fanfics. There hasn't really been that many added since the first time we did this sort of thing. But hold on. Let me get our mirror chamber music. Let me hop in the mirror chamber real quick. Let me get our nice reading music on. And then let me find our... You don't see that channel anywhere. It's underneath the fan. It's still there. So it's underneath Sebek's book recs. So you have to go into Sebek's book recs and then click on the threads and then you'll find the channel. If you recommend them right now, I am not going to be able to review them. So unless one of the mods can review them, they will not be included for the stream. But you can put them in there and then for a future stream, I can add them to the wheel. You gotta go into Sebek's book recs and then click on the threads and then it will pop up if you don't see it currently. Also, if you are just joining the Discord, you are going to have to read the rules, find the template, and post it in introductions so that you can get your fledgling role, so that way you can have access to the Sebek Book Recs channel and the fic reading thread. That is a very important step in there as well. And the 13th of this month, then it probably was not picked up by me. I don't see it in there. First chapter. Oh yeah, that one. The Mystery of the Truth, the Twist of Wonderland. I think we did that one. Did we not? I feel like there's one of them that we did that I clicked on today, and I was like, oh, we did that one last time, so clearly it's not for this thing. Anyway. Anyway. We're starting with this one. It is time for Princes on Parade. We are going to be reading this. There are lots of tags. So, this one is for general audiences, so it's good. We have Twisted Wonderland, and then, of course, all of the Disney movies. We have original characters, original female characters, original male characters, Queen of Hearts, King of Hearts, Riddle, Trey, Chenya, the Sultan, Jasmine, Kaleem, Jafar, Jamil, Najma, Maleficent, Malleus, Lilia, Silver, Aurora, Sebek, Scar, Mufasa, Ursula, Evil Queen, Huntsman, Rook Hunt, Apple, Vil, Nej, Jade, Floyd, Georgina, Azul, Felina, Leona, Cheka, Hades, Edea, Ortho, Edea and Ortho's mother. Those are the characters. We have, do we need to, well, you could try to summon, sure, since it's one of their fics. Also, Lily, if you want to review them, let me know if you need me to send the link to the spreadsheet so that way they could be in there, so that way I could find them later, if you are still up for things. Alright, so we have, for additional tags, we have Alternate Universe. It is Canon Divergence, inspired by Disney. We have Soft Malleus, Cute Riddle. Tags can change. Other tags may be added. It is a self-indulgent fic. It is a fun Kaleem as a ray of sunshine, good parent Queen of Hearts, bad parent Jafar, parent Maleficent, good parent Maleficent, background Trey, parent Lilia, Disney references, Scar is called Taka, alive Ortho Shroud, parent Hades, good parent Hades, and parent Scar. Their categories are for F and a male, like female and male ship and male ship, but there's no ships specifically tagged. So I don't really know exactly what to put for our little warning, but it's definitely not a baby dragon at this point. It's a self-indulgent idea, houses, so we shall see. Goodbye. Thank you for coming and hanging out. Ship cautious. Yeah, we could do ship cautious. Because I'm not entirely sure. Parents not all good. I suppose. Let's do canon divergent. That's how you spell that, right? It's on screen somewhere. Yeah, I think so. Ship cautious. Disney villain parents. And I think that's good. Again, I don't fully remember this fic. But you did miss Baby Dragon. Baby Dragon was, I think, a New Year's stream. So, we shall see. But the summary is, after 1,000 years, the Black Mountain Kingdom is free again and rejoins Twisted Wonderland. Do quick quickly gain allies and friends. One of the future rulers of the kingdom is looking for a husband. Okay, all right. So this is more of a, let me see if I can remember this real quick. But I believe this is more of like a we are looking for husbands, so therefore we're like looking for people. So it's gonna be like everyone and their mothers. I think probably trying to do things. I see. Interesting. It's gonna be very, we're meeting parents, okay, I think it is a little long. But we're basically like meeting, I don't think it's a soulmate thing, I think we are just like meeting all the potential candidates for marriage. I think that is what is happening. Yeah. Torshita's gonna be hard to impress. Maybe. Possibly. Probably. And only like 3 ships per boy. Okay. Alright, so it is very, very ship heavy then. Alright. Alright, let us continue then. Let us read Prince's on Parade. Alright. 1,000 years. This is how many years the Black Mountain Kingdom shall endure under its curse, forgotten by the world, to sink into obscurity. Not even tales remained in the Twisted Wonderland about them. So when its invisible dome had broke on the night of the Millennium Memorial, both Twisted Wonderland and the Kingdom were in quite the shock, as one might imagine. And from that night on, political meetings come one after another. Who are they? What are their plans? They are now must fit in a system that did not know of their existence. Yes, the limit is 4,000 words. Quite exactly, in fact. Oh, season twins each have 3 love interests. I see. Okay. They need alliances. Friends. But if it was 4,001, that would be fine. 1 extra word is not too bad. If it's 4,010, that's kind of pushing it. If it's 4,100, now we're past our prime. Anyway, and what is the easiest way for a kingdom to make alliances? Marriage. As luck would have it, the kingdom had both a prince and a princess, a pair of twins, Ritsu and Riza Aurelius. While it would make sense for the prince to have a partner, he happily gave this job to his sister, someone who would gladly marry to help her future kingdom. Okay, is this one... Alright, are we talking about over 5,000 words for the fic that we are recommending, or this one specifically? Because I know that there was one that we looked at that had multiple chapters, and then it had, like, 10,000 words, but the first chapter was, like, maybe 1,000. So, they're fic. I see. Okay, alright. This, I see. Alright, but this... Okay, this one's fine then. Alright, perfect. Great. Fantastic. Okay, alright. Now, that didn't mean her brother wasn't angry about the situation, but what would he do? At the moment Risa took the task, it was all settled. The news had already spread, and the event preparations had begun. And so the day had come. From far and wide of the known parts of the Wonderland, those wanting the princess's hand had sent delegates to the Black Mountain Kingdom. Nobles, merchants, princes, heirs... They all queued up to take part of the festivities and earn the chance to be a future prince consort. However, even the common folk would enter if they thought they found someone fit to be a ruler, for the prince consort didn't need to be of noble blood. However, they still needed to be powerful. Powerful enough to keep the cursed kingdom alive for the years to come. The throne room's pillars were decorated with magical lamps, the crystals gently humming in them as their glow covered all the walls. The whole place was welcoming, as if a gentle stranger is inviting you into their home when you are lost in the night. Charlotte, ever the bouncy spirit, couldn't sit in one place. "Oh, it's so exciting," she gushed. "I wonder who will arrive. I'm sure one of them shall capture my little kit's heart." "I hope you don't mean it literally, Mom," an already tired and bored voice answered back. "Then again, it would be something," Ritsu yawned. "Hey, watch your tone. You are talking about your sister," Charlotte snapped in a playful, not at all serious tone at her son. "You should pay attention a bit, my kit. After all, you shall meet your future brother-in-law. And, she leaned closer to her son with a mischievous glint in her eyes, it doesn't mean you might not see someone who captures your eyes. Her eyebrows wiggled up and down. Ritsu just gently pushed her back to her seat. Thanks, old girl. I doubt some fancy-pants spoiled brat's gonna impress me. Language, young man. You are talking with your mother. A deeper voice. Language, young man. You are talking with your mother. A deeper man voice came from the other side of Ritsu's seat. His father, Crown Prince Consort Kazuki, eyed his son, clearly not impressed with his behavior. Ritsu just rolled his eyes, but finally, the event began. Yes, if you have a fic whose first chapter is less than 4,000 words or 4,000 words, you can still submit it. We will only read the first chapter. Like, this one has 2 chapters, we're only reading the first chapter. Multi-chapter fics, I will just read the first chapter. Unless it's, like, random, here and there things. And then you can decide which one I will read. You can ask. But you can totally do that. Anyway, event is beginning. I wonder who's going to be up first. A loud fanfare filled the air. The door suddenly busted as marching men arrived, their uniform decorated with playing card motifs. While many of them moved in an eerily synchronized way, 2 of them seemed to misstep here and there. That earned a few chuckles of the royal family, especially Risa, who was standing in front of the throne seats to be the first one to welcome the guests. Suddenly, the men formed an archway between the ends of the throne room. A rabbit beastman blowing his bugle arrived at the door. Oh, I wonder. I wonder. I truly, truly wonder who it could possibly be. I wonder who this is going to be. Her Imperial Highness, Her Grace and His Excellency, His Royal Majesty, the Queen of Hearts and Prince Riddle. There they were. A tall, imposing woman, a smile full of pride, yet also with a sort of grace. Her dress a mix of red, black, white, and yellow. On her right side, a smaller figure. It's probably the prince, Risa thought. The prince had just as similar smile as his mother, his bearing also giving the impression of pride. His gray eyes locked on the princess in front of him, just as so a small hand behind the queen grabbed onto the beastman's clothes and tugged on it. An even smaller figure walked out. Just as the queen, he too wore a crown. Oh, it's the king! The beastman went, and the king. Oh, that's cute. That's just like in what happens in the movie. Oh my, what a curious pair, Charlotte whispered to her family, her smile never losing that precious mischief. The 3 of them walked under the card soldiers' made archway to the royal family. Risa, with a gentle smile, greeted them with a curtsy. Your Majesties, how wonderful you were able to visit us. Her voice ever so kind, just as her eyes. What a precious darling she is, the Queen of Hearts declared rather loudly. It's great to know the etiquette is not dead even at a cursed place like this. Risa's eyes twitched just a little bit. Just a little bit. I am sure there is chaos in this land. My son shall form the kingdom in a way that is the best. My way, the queen continued. Your way, your majesty? Risa carefully asked. All ways are my ways, she almost yelled off the poor girl's head. Mother, the prince had spoken up. While your sentence may be true, we are not in the queendom. Please let them see our homeland's brilliance first. Oh, all right, the queen gently patted her son's head. I am sure you are the most fitting match for this girl, so go on, show it to them. She not so subtly pushed him closer to the princess. Riddle bowed with ever so elegantly. A pleasure to meet you, your highness. I am Prince Riddle Rosehearts. His smile still full of pride. It was much gentler than that of his mother's, now that Risa could see it closer. His eyes full of intellect and curiosity. I am Princess Risa Aurelius. Risa did another curtsy. I hope your stay in our kingdom shall be enjoyable. Thank you for your kind hospitality. Riddle then moved to a side. Please let me introduce my company for my stay. 3 other young men walked forward. Oh wait, there are only 3, not 4, just 3? Each doing a curtsy of sorts in a very telling way. The first one was a proper curtsy, his eyes gentle and warm. The name's Trey Clover, Your Highness. I'm a longtime friend of the prince, and if my study goes along well, the future royal baker of the queendom. Ace got beat up. Oh no. The second was a more laid-back one, but still somewhat proper. The man's eyes sparkled with the similar mischief as the Queen Charlotte's. Hello there, princess. My name is Cater Diamond, but all my friends call me KK, so don't hesitate to call me that as well. The last one was the most laid back, his arms folded behind his head, with a wide grin on his face. It was a striped cat beastfolk. Oh, I see, so neither Ace nor Deuce are here. Oh, my. Interesting. What a pleasure to meet you all, loves. That's Chenya. I'm just gonna say Chenya. I can't say his name. Neither can Risa, almost cross-eyed while trying to pronounce it. Oh, just call me Chenya. Everyone does that, the beastman giggled. I welcome you all in my home. Please move along the ballroom, and I shall see you all there soon. Marvelous! We shall discuss many more topics, Your Highness. Riddle once more bowed to the royal family members, and along with his friends, parents, and some card soldiers, they all moved along. Prince Ritsu let out a tired sigh. Please tell me you don't seriously consider him of a possible match. Why not? He seems proper and kind. If you marry him, that old tyrant shall be a part of this family, and I am not dealing with that. Risa quickly shot a glance at her brother. Do you want to take my place, dear brother? No thanks. All right, who's up next? Are we... Oh, I see, we're not going in dorm order. We're going interesting. Scalding Sands, huh? The great doors of the throne room swung open once more. Dancers, servants, and dignitaries flowed inside in a colorful stream until the last of the delegation crossed the threshold. They hailed from the Scalding Sands. At their head waddled a shorter, rounder man, his steps unhurried and warm. His age showed in the fine lines around his eyes, but those same eyes sparkled with kindness, and his smile was sweet enough to disarm even the most guarded heart. Ah, how lovely it is to meet you all, my friends, the man announced cheerfully. I am the Sultan of the Scalding Sands. He turned, spreading his arms proudly towards those behind him. And these two are my most precious treasures, my children. Risa straightened her posture slightly. The first to step forward was a young woman, graceful as a mirage at dawn. Her posture was elegant, her smile practiced yet sincere. Like a desert flower, she seemed delicate at first glance until one noticed the quiet strength in her gaze. I am Princess Jasmine, she said, dipping into a refined bow. Thank you for inviting us into your home. Oh, the pleasure is ours, Risa replied warmly, returning the gesture. We are grateful you could come. Then the second figure moved. A young man stepped forward with a brightness that felt almost tangible, as if sunlight itself had taken on human form. His eyes gleamed with curiosity, his smile wide, unrestrained, genuine, and a little dazzling. Hey, he said, voice loud but full of laughter and cheer. Thankfully, not quite as thunderous as the queen before him. I'm Prince Kaleem. It's really nice to meet you. As he spoke, his gaze flicked toward Risa and lingered. Not boldly, just long enough. Something warm fluttered in her chest before she could stop it. We brought lots of gifts, Kaleem continued, clearly delighted. Spices, sweets, fabrics, jewelry, only the best for our hosts. Gifts? Charlotte perked up instantly, lifting her head like a predator sensing prey. Yes, Kaleem chimed, oblivious. Only the finest. In the blink of an eye, Charlotte appeared behind her daughter, hands gripping Risa's shoulders with an unnervingly intense grin. Kit, she whispered fervently, choose this one. Oh my, Mama, please. Please. calm down. Mom, you're scaring her, Ritsu snapped, sounding more like the parent than the child. Kazuki pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed, long-suffering. I apologize, truly. The Sultan laughed heartily. I see this royal family is just as lively as yours, my lord. A new voice cut smoothly through the mirth. Oh, here comes Jafar! Here he comes, that boy Jamil! Why do I have a feeling Jamil's gonna be like a sub ship in here? I know why. I'm already familiar with these OCs, but I have a feeling. Sorry. From behind the Sultan stepped a tall man in darker robes, his presence immediately commanding. A snake-shaped staff rested against his palm, its jeweled eyes glinting beneath the lights. Ah, Jafar, forgive me, the Sultan said quickly. Your Highness, this is Jafar, our most trusted advisor, and his children, Jamil and Najma. The three bowed in unison. Risa inclined her head in return. Welcome to my home, Royal Vizier, she said. I look forward to getting to know you and your family. My, how kind of you, Princess, Jafar replied smoothly. I do hope my dear boy Jamil might earn your attention. Without a word, Jamil stepped forward and bowed again, precise, composed. When he straightened, a charming smile curved his lips. I hope we will be good friends, Princess, he said softly. Perhaps more. Oh, wow, all right. A faint pink bloomed across Risa's cheeks. For a fleeting moment, she forgot the hall, the crowd, the expectations. Forgot even why so many dazzling young nobles had arrived in her homeland at all. Thank you for your compliment, she managed, her tone polite yet flustered. Please join the other guests in the ballroom. I shall greet the remaining delegations shortly. With a final round of bows and curtsies, the Scalding Sands delegation moved on. Risa's gaze followed them, followed one in particular. Kaleem glanced back over his shoulder, catching her eyes once more. He smiled, smaller this time, as if it were only meant for her. Her heart skipped. Only then did she notice something else. Ritsu. Her brother's attention was fixed squarely upon the vizier's son. Oh my! Yet another ship is sailing! Yet another one! Oh, Risa chuckled softly, leaning closer. Someone interesting, dear brother? Ritsu jolted, abruptly shifting in his seat and turning away with a huff. Oh, shut up, you. Risa's smile widened, amusement dancing in her eyes. All right, who's up next? Who's up next? Once again, the grand doors swung open, and this time winter followed. Ooh. Oh my, I wonder who's Winter. My immediate thought was Elsa, but she isn't here, so like, A sharp, icy wind swept through the throne room, stealing warmth from skin and breath alike before vanishing as quickly as it had come. Oh my, Charlotte shuddered theatrically, rubbing her arms as if to chase the cold away. I do hope our guests aren't quite that frigid. I can only endure so many cold nights before I turn into an icicle myself. Her laughter rang bright, deliberately lightening the sudden chill. Before anyone could respond, an eerie glow spilled across the chamber. Green flames bloomed to life along the towering pillars, licking at stone without consuming it, casting twisted shadows that danced across the walls. The air shifted, older somehow, heavier, as if the room itself had gone silent in reverence. From the emerald fire stepped a tall, dark figure, elegant, commanding, unmistakable. The nocturnal Fey Queen, Maleficent, had arrived. She moved with effortless grace towards the thrones, every step measured, deliberate. At her side walked another imposing figure, tall, regal, and strikingly similar in presence, his horns catching the ghostly light like polished obsidian. Oh, Charlotte leaned towards her husband, lowering her voice. Is that Malleus? I believe so, he whispered back, awe softening his tone. Just look at them. They're magnificent. Once the queen and prince reached the thrones accompanied by the rest of the delegation, the customary exchange of greetings followed. Welcome to my humble home, Risa said, stepping forward with a composed smile. I sincerely hope it meets your standards. A small, knowing smile curved Maleficent's lips. Why, what a charming princess you are. Such warmth is a welcome change. Her gaze lingered, sharp yet amused. Still, what else should I expect from fellow Fae royalty? Even so, it is most appreciated. Risa inclined her head slightly. I would never dare forget to invite you, Your Majesty. It is our greatest honor to welcome you and your son. Ah, Maleficent replied smoothly. Yes, you shall meet him. Malleus stepped forward. His gaze was piercing, ancient power resting just beneath the surface. Yet when his eyes met Risa's, there was something unexpectedly gentle there. Something careful, almost reverent. Princess, he said, his deep voice resonating through the hall. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. May our kingdoms remain allies for many years to come. Authority and power shaped every word, but beneath it flowed a softness, melodic and calm, like a lullaby from a distant memory. For a brief moment, the world seemed to narrow. Their gazes held, unbroken, two souls recognizing something familiar in one another without a single word spoken. An understanding, quiet and profound, passed between them. Prince Ritsu promptly ruined the moment. Ugh, he made an exaggerated gagging noise. These two are going to be insufferable, I can already tell. Yet the words barely left his mouth before his attention snagged on someone else entirely. Oh my, is there another ship sailing? Wee woo, there's another ship. Another ship is about to dock in the harbor. Among the Briar Valley delegation stood a small, fey man, his smile brimming with charm and mischief. At either side of him were two youths, a silver-haired young man, posture rigid and proud, his expression stern, almost hostile. The other was a breathtaking maiden, long silver hair cascading like liquid moonlight, her gentle smile warm against crimson lips. A bit farther back stood another young man with light green hair, clad in the royal guard's armor of the Briar Valley, standing alert and composed. Oh, Risa asked, noticing the rest of the group at last. And who has accompanied you, Your Majesty? Malleus gestured smoothly. This is our general of the army, Lilia Van Rouge. With light, almost bouncing steps, Lilia moved forward. A pleasure, dearie, he chirped. I'm very much looking forward to getting to know you fine folks. He motioned towards the two youths beside him. These here are my pupils. Humans, Kazuki asked, confusion edging his voice. Lilia's smile only widened. Well, we all have much to learn from one another, don't we, Your Majesty? He said lightly, glancing back at Malleus. After all, that is the point of this gathering. You are right, Kazuki replied after a pause. Please forgive my assumption. Now then, Risa interjected gently, reclaiming the moment. Your Majesties, esteemed guests, I look forward to speaking with you further in the ballroom. Please, allow me to guide you. As they made their way towards the ballroom, Risa caught her brother once again, his gaze lingering far too long on the general's retreating form. She let out a soft chuckle. It seems your heart has been struck more than once tonight, dear brother, she teased. Perhaps it will be you who finds a husband by the end of this affair. Ritsu turned away with an irritated huff, mumbling some curses at his sister in an ancient Fey language. Yet his thoughts betrayed him. Images of the mischievous general and the son of the royal vizier, with his disarming smile and deliciously dangerous eyes creeping back into his brain. Oh, the ships are sailing very much so. Oh, they are not docking in the harbor. They are out to sea, I see. My. And though he would never admit it aloud, the night was already proving far more entertaining than he had anticipated. My, what a delightful time. I can see where this is going. It seems like it's going to be very fun. I can't wait to see what shenanigans pop up when all of the princes have to interact with one another. That's going to be really, really fun. But thank you so much for submitting your fic. Thank you. This was delightful. It was very delightful. All right, we shall go on to another one from the pre-established wheel. I have not added anything as of this moment. We shall see what our next little fic is going to be. Let us see. Let us see. Oh. I thought we got rid of the cherry pie conundrum. I thought we got rid of this one last time. Hold on. Let's see what this one is. This was not written by any of our community members. This was just a fic that they enjoyed that was recommended. Let me see if I can find this one. I thought that we had read this, but maybe I'm thinking of a different one. Oh, yeah, no, this one was supposed to be taken out. We can read a little bit of this one, but it is a 10,000 word fic, so we are not going to read all of it. It does have some anxiety and stuff. Why don't we do another one instead? Because this one is way too long. I believe it didn't look like there was multiple chapters. It just looked like there was 10,000 words total for that fic. So we're just gonna skip that. We'll do a different one. We'll do a different one. We will if I can find my OBS again. Nope, that's Twisted Wonderland. That is not OBS. We need OBS, please. There we go. It is way over the limit. All right. New one. Go. Oh, do you want the do you want the whatchamacallit? Here, I'll put it in the mod channel, actually. That might help. For you, Lilia, if you would like to maybe add them as you read them. Potentially. Might be cool, because then I'll at least know that they're there. Alright, anyway. Back to oh god, now I have to find OBS again. Oh no! Oh no! Where is it? Okay, alright, perfect. Let us find a new one. Let us find another one. Late night wishes and memories. That shall be one that we watch. Where is it? Where is everything? That's the real question that we need to answer on these lovely days. This is only 2,000 words. It is much better. This one's gonna be cute. This one's gonna be book 7 spoilers, kind of, sort of, I think. This one is here. Ta-da-da-da. This was also given in by one of our lovely community members. They wrote it themselves. Very nice. We have a female-male ship, multi-ship of Twisted Wonderland the game. This is Melanor and Lilia and Melanor and Raverne. So we have Lilia, mentions of Laverne, Melanor, mentions of Silver, mentions of Malleus. So this, I believe, we have Melanor, Lilia, and then we have Melanor, Raverne. I'm just gonna do Raverne. I know Laverne is the Japanese pronunciation of that character's name. I'm gonna say Raverne because it's easier for me to say, and that is the English pronunciation. This is going to be a little bit angsty, a little bit, dreams and nightmares. Oh my, young Lilia. Not a song fic. But was written while listening to Mitsuki's music. Regret, grief, pining. That's very exciting. Oh yes, book 7 spoilers. That should probably be first. Book 7 spoilers, and then we go. And then we do that. And then we do that. And then that should be formatted pretty well. But I think that pretty much covers it for this one. It's mutual pining, but it doesn't go anywhere. It's not actually unrequited love. General Lilia pre-war. So that is going to be all of the lovely bits of this particular one. It is only around 2,000 words. And the summary is Lilia dreams of what used to be and what could have been. Even so, he cannot fix what's already been set in stone. So get your tissues. Get your tissues now. I'm gonna take a sip of my tea, so get prepared. Alrighty, here we go. What is death? A pleasant dream? A tale spun together by memories he had otherwise forgotten? Or was it a final bow, the lights dimming as an audience slowly leaves, eventually destined to forget the show? Lilia had taunted death throughout his entire life, flirting with it, dancing along its edges, but never once taking the plunge. Even in battle, he had always emerged victorious, on paper. Was it really victory when all he had to take home was a mangled corpses and half-alive friends? He lived surrounded by it, but death never came for him. He'd gotten quite close, too close really, to care. He'd die someday, as all things do. Whether that was quietly, weighed down by age, or loudly, bloodied hands tight around a sword's grip, he never knew. That was how he'd chosen to live his life, knowing someday that everything would come to an end. He'd deal with the afterlife once he got there. Or he told himself that. Lilia had never been at a risk of dying at the hands of time. He remained eternally young, never gaining a single wrinkle to show for the centuries he had struggled through. Even scars of war faded away into nothing, and sometimes he wished he could age like humans did. Lilia wanted to wear the marks of time proudly, and eventually move on. He would age like silver instead of remaining stagnant. He'd understand how humans felt, fighting to make use of each moment, for each one was brief. He told himself he'd deal with the afterlife once he got there, but there was always that quiet whisper in the back of his mind. What if he was wrong? He wanted to live, needed to. He'd lost so much, and Lilia would never sentence Silver and Malleus to the same fate. Struggle was critical for growth, but at the end of the day, he wanted to be there for them. In the end, he wasn't sure what he wanted. Dreaming was the only middle ground between eternity and nothingness, a realm born of your own mind but outside of your control. Lilia had dreamt of death for as long as he could remember, even when he denied the power it held over his feeble life. By now, the hazy fantasies were painful. Sitting on the couch in the main dorm, Lilia found his eyes growing heavy. It wasn't a proper place to rest. He was out here, so he was easily accessible, in case he was needed by anyone. Not so that he could drift off to sleep. When was the last time I had a good night's sleep? He wondered, staring up at the arched ceiling, his eyes tracing the swooping supports and the carefully carved patterns set into the wood. He would stare into it forever, if time allowed it. Flickering candlelight cast shadows that danced like old ghosts on the stone walls, a reminder of the many battles fought and the many friends lost. It was bitter and eerie, but he had long since grown used to sleeping through the lingering dread. Lilia couldn't fight the drowsiness, resting his head against the couch's arm and closing his eyes. Maybe tonight he'd dream well. Nestled neatly on the highest peak in all of Briar Valley, adorned in a tangles of thorns, was Briar Castle. It was ancient, patched together throughout the centuries in a mix of black and gray stone. Eerie and beautiful, standing stark in the day and blending naturally with the night sky and its nameless inhabitants. And curled in its sprawling gardens of primrose and moonflower, her royal clothes bunched and stained, was Melanor Draconia, a shining picture of nobility, if not for her casual posture and dirty dress. Melanor had the capacity to be regal, she simply chose not to exercise it. The air smelled of roses, a heavy perfume that choked out all other senses. It was quiet, other for the muffled rustling of leaves, petals, and branches in the late-night breeze. There was so much magic woven into every inch of the castle that it was tangible, within Lilia's reach at all times. Lilia! Lilia stood up straighter, pushing the ill-fitting plating of his training armor back into place. Yes, Your Highness? Melinor's pleasant expression soured, her eyebrows knitting together. Lilia, just use my name, she huffed. You're my friend. Apologies, Your Highness. Lilia paused, smiling. Or, sorry, Melanor. Calling her by name felt wrong, down to his core. It was his duty to protect her. Well, it would be. So showing anything but absolute respect was out of place. Calling her by name felt like stepping out of rank, like crossing a boundary he'd been taught never to cross. Yet, how could he deny her such a simple request? The bitter taste in his mouth vanished when she smiled, her whole face alight with joy. There, isn't that better? Melanor cocked her head to the side, eagerly awaiting her response. Sevens, that smile. If only he could see it again. Lilia shook the thought off, desperate to cling to one good dream. Is something wrong? No, surely not, Lilia laughed, walking across the garden to sit down beside Melanor. Short hair tugged into something resembling a ponytail. He'd wanted nothing more to grow out. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't read this sentence. Hold on. He'd wanted nothing more to grow it out, but by now he'd returned to the short style. Armor he had yet to grow into, never designed to fit a child. Lilia had been so eager to follow his destiny and serve the royal family, he'd begged for it well before training was done and wore it as much as he could. Scuffed shoes and a wooden stick shaped like a sword. This was the uniform of a childhood soldier, who wanted nothing more than to be useful for those who had spared him. Carefully styled hair springing loose, begging for freedom from the braid's confines, elegant horns laden with decor, silver as the moonlight, piercing green eyes lined with sage green shadow, and pale lips painted ruby red, matching a silk dress designated for sitting instead of playing. This was the uniform of a hopeful royal, as powerful as she was loving. Melanor couldn't have been more different from Lilia. He wished he could have smiled like that back then, a smile so pure, unconcerned with small troubles or status. Yet, even in the most peaceful moments, there was an unspoken understanding between them. Nothing this perfect could last forever. You should relax. Melanor moved closer to Lilia, grabbing his gloved hand and holding it up to her own. We have all the time in the world. You needn't rush into war so readily. If only that were true. That's my job. It was Lilia's wish to fight for her, and that compassionate smile. He pulled away from her hand, immediately hating how the cold air was without her warmth. If anything, I'm relaxing too much. Melanor sighed, rolling her eyes. Yeah, she scoffed, twisting grass between her fingers and wrenching it from the ground, weaving together in aimless loops. Lilia watched, carefully struggling to mimic Melanor's skilled threading. His hands weren't suited for it, his fingers still raw from training earlier that day. Lilia had never been one for silence, but being with Melanor was different. Silence implies a sort of emptiness that haunted Briar Castle's countless twisting hallways, or the expansive wilds outside of the walls. Silence was a void where the deepest thoughts of one's mind rose to the surface to fill the gaps left when all sound was pulled away. But Melanor was a living song. Her presence was calming, and the only thoughts in the quiet were reminders of the nameless emotions in Lilia's chest. Do you love anyone, Lilia? Melanor asked, looking up from her crown of grass. Love? He tilted his head to the side, studying her expression. She was serious. Her smile was subtle and her gaze was electric, piercing green eyes asking for an honest answer. What brings that up? Lilia choked out, his tightened grip crushing the pointless project in the palm of his hand. Curiosity is all, Melanor shrugged. Everyone loves something. Lilia thought about that for a moment. Did he? Then who do you love, Melanor? He regretted the question as soon as he asked. After all, what position was he in to be messing with a princess's love life? But those powerful eyes demanded his attention, focused on his own. Take a guess, she chirped, rolling onto her stomach and resting her head in her hands, relishing Lilia's oh my goodness, I'm sorry. Let me take that one from the top. Take a guess, she chirped, rolling onto her stomach and resting her head in her hands, relishing Lilia's puzzled expression. How am I supposed to know? He exclaimed, throwing his hands in the air. Could be anyone. Melanor considered the response, shaking her head. She had that same disapproving look as Lilia's instructors when he didn't have the answer to an obvious question. You're hopeless. I'll tell you as soon as you can answer me. Lilia collapsed into the grass, lying face up, directly at the moon. I don't like this game. Love never bothered him, more than content to watch from the sidelines. a battle where he had no side. Courtiers gossiped, royalty signed marriage certificates like business, and knights preached its name as an excuse to bathe in bloodshed. Love was nothing more than a title, but he knew to Melanor it was ever so crucial. He might not be able to love the same way Melanor could, but he could do everything in his power to ensure all her love was worth it. She laughed each note like a clear ringing of a silver bell. To be fair, it is a trick question. She placed the looped-together crown of grass on Lilia's head, falling out of place and over his eyes. I love 2 people. He sighed, fixing the gift. 2? Whatever is the use in loving 2? He questioned. With such fleeting whims were outside of Lilia's luxury. He couldn't even begin to understand the inner workings of her mind, and no matter how she explained, he doubted he'd understand love either. Even so, with the way Melinor's laughter filled the silence, the way her eyes sparkled with unspoken words, perhaps love was more complicated than he'd imagined. It's not useful in the slightest, it's inconvenient, really, Melanor mused. But I love them nonetheless. He shrugged, disgruntled. He missed those simple moments. The laughter, the warmth, the illusion that time was on their side. But time was a cruel master, never giving, only taking. The joys of being a child, which left far too early. Wooden swords traded for metal, circlets traded for a crown. Even Reverne, his only other friend, whom Lilia had foolishly believed would forever remain the same, took the throne alongside Melanor. And into the space that Lilia could not follow. He spent his life chasing after them, and when the answer to Melanor's relentless questions finally had an answer, he loved them, both of them, with all his heart. He had no one to confess to but darkness and the unfeeling echo of rain. Every dream ended like this, no matter what came before, with the bitter reminder that Lilia had failed, that the only woman who sang with the clearest voice and the man with the strongest loyalty were dead because of him. Gardens and grass faded to the nonsensical, darkness with a chill that cut deeper than any blade. I love you, Melanor. His dry voice reached no ears, the sound swallowed by the emptiness. And there you have it. That is it. That is the entirety of Late Night Wishes and Memories. It was quite sad. It was quite sad in the end, but thank you so much for recommending this lovely, lovely fic. Thank you. It was a little sad. It was a little angsty. but it's all okay. It's all okay. We are all good. It's fine. We are here, and it's fine, and it's a wonderful time. Oh my! Thank you so much again. All right, it's time for our next little guy, our next little fanfic. Let's see what we got. We got perhaps reunion. Oh. What an interesting title for a tale. My, oh my, oh my. Let us see what this one is about. Because I don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, good. It's domestic fluff. Look at that. We like domestic fluff, right? Especially after a little bit of angst. Now we get a little bit of fluff. It's a good time. It's a good time. All right. So this one is Reunion. It is domestic fluff. I think there are children, right? Children exist. And then we have many pairings. Many ships. We have Malleus and Idia, Rook and Vil, Malleus Leona, Leona Idia, Leona Vil, Azul Jamil, Kaleem, Ruggy, Silver, Floyd, Riddle, Apple, Jack, Deuce, Ace, Trey, Jade, Scully, Sebek, Malleus Vil, Malleus Leona, Vil, and Idia all together at 4 of them. Kaleem, Ruggy, Kaleem, Silver, Ruggy, Silver. Oh my. Thank you for the children warning. Surely Leona doesn't want to read about kids. yeah, no, I figured that would be the case. Now, this is a multi-chapter fic. We will only be reading the first chapter, but there are 12 chapters. So we'll just be reading the first bit. We'll just be reading the first one. But there's a lot of ships. That's why this is many ships. And the characters are original characters. Silver, basically everyone that I just said. And Grim as well, and Lilia as well are here. Ortho is here. You know, basically the whole entire cast, right? The additional tags are future fic, they had kids, domestic fluff, fluff and humor, romantic fluff, light angst, and not beta red. So that is this one. Chapter 1 is an intro, but chapter 2 lets you meet the families. Okay. Is chapter 1 super short? Not really. All right. So we'll read chapter 1 and then read both chapter 1 and 2. We could, but that's like not fair to most of the other fics that I have read on stream, where I have only done chapter 1 unless it is super short. I don't think you is in the tags. No, you is not in the tags, but Nerdiest is here. You could answer the questions as well for your fic if you so choose. But this is 17 years after the year where seemingly everyone at NRC overblotted. Kaleem, now an adult, married with multiple children, invites his old friends and their adorable bundles to his estate to catch up on how they have been. So that is the scene. Kaleem is asking everyone to come to his house for a reunion. So that is how this will go. We will read chapter 1 because that will be the fairest thing to do unless it ends up actually being very short. And then we will go from there. I feel like you can be hard to write for depending on what you are trying to write. Because you and the prefix, I think, are almost interchangeable. And then the prefix ends up becoming a self-insert, and then it just kind of goes that way. Do the thing we did with Gray where we vote. Yeah, I suppose we could vote if we want to do 2. Why don't we vote at the end of this to see if we want to keep going? Or do another one? Why don't we vote at the end versus the beginning? Let's get through chapter 1, then we can vote on whether or not we want to do a chapter 2. Alright, are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Like many things Kaleem Al-Asim did, this was an impulse. He just woke up one day and thought, it's been a while. He scoured the internet for the addresses of his former classmates. Some were easy to find. He knew where Azul and Jamil lived. Yeah, no, I would assume that he would know where Jamil lives. That makes sense. He gave them the house. He knew where to find Azul and Jamil. He gave them the house. Oh, I see. Yeah, he would really know then. He would really know then. Oh, my. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Anyway, back I go. He had been to Floyd and Riddle's new place for their baby shower. Malleus and Leona lived in their respective— oh no, they separated. I'm losing. I don't know what happened to me. We are like 5 sentences in and I've lost it. I've lost my mind. I'm gone. I'm out of here. Goodbye. Malleus and Leona lived in their respective palaces. They're going to be called palaces now. And Ville's home was a celebrity residence. For others, it was hard, but he found it. Within the day, he had made copies of the invitation, signed each personally, and had them put in their own little envelopes. Kaleem was so excited to send out the invitations, he forgot to tell husbands about it. But Ruggy did catch him with it, and Kaleem eagerly explained. Ruggy didn't know how to feel. He'd gotten his own happy little life here. He didn't want to be reminded of his days at NRC. But it would be nice to catch up with everyone. He hadn't seen anyone since Jack's wedding. He supposed it was time. Silver also gave the seal of approval, but adjusted the dates so people had time to cancel. So Kaleem happily sent out the invites. Leona got the letter from one of his attendants. He checked the letter, but the amount of golden glitter immediately reminded him of Kalim al-Asim. A reunion? Leona asked aloud. Why would I ever go there again? Leona thought nothing of it until the day after, when he got a call from Vil. Are you going to Kalim's reunion? Vil asked. Why would I? Leona responded to his question with a question. Why not? Vil asked. It's been forever since we saw those idiots outside of therapy. No, oh no. I want to see Apple again. Apple, Leona sat up. He's coming, like with Jack, and so I hear, Kalim said. Vil said, so I hear. Kalim invited me to a group chat about it. I wanted to know if I should add you. Sure, Leona was still in shock. I mean, it just seems so stupid, Vil. Well, I don't think so. It's good to meet up again, and Kalim says we can bring our kids, and Vil sighed. Leona, I want to see her. Who is her? Oh, I'm invested. What is happening? Leona was silent. He pulled the phone away and listened to the soft cheers a few rooms over. All right, he agreed. I will RSVP. Thank you, Vil said. Leona took a moment to go into the room down the hall. His kids were playing with dolls. Do you three want to take a trip? Yeah, the three cheered. Okay, Leona said, let me pack up. Give it to me straight, Doc, Floyd said dramatically. Is it bad? The 9-year-old removed the plastic stethoscope from her father's heart. You have bone cancer, she said flatly. Oh my. Oh, okay. Oh, Floyd asked, doing his very best not to burst into laughter. Tell me, Doc, is there a cure? The girl thought for a moment. Cheesecake! Floyd let out a chuckle. Nice try, kid. The girl crossed her arms. Then I guess father should get a new husband. The front door opened. Riddle entered the house, taking his shoes off. Father! The child rushed to her dad. Riddle hugged her. Hello, Lizzie, Riddle smiled. He kissed her forehead. I see Daddy is getting his checkup. Lizzie shook her head. You need a new husband. See what happens when you don't give the kids cheesecake, Floyd. See what happens. Riddle thought about it. No, I don't. Floyd stood up and kissed Riddle's cheek. Welcome back, Goldfishy. Ew, Lizzie said, running away. No running in the house, Riddle said. Lizzie's footsteps slowed. Riddle turned to his husband. She gets this from you. What part? Floyd laughed. The being grossed out at kisses or the morbid sense of humor? Do you really think she wants a new dad? Riddle asked nervously. Nah, Floyd smiled. She's just too smart for her age. She gets that from you. Riddle pulled away, looking through the mail. Oh? It's from Kalim. Floyd waited for Riddle to read it. He's hosting a party, Riddle said. He wants us to come and bring the kids. Like a reunion? Pretty much. Floyd smirked. It has been a while since I saw my dear brother, and Azul and Sea Snake. Riddle considered it. I will contact my work to see if I can have some time off. Yay, Floyd cheered. Thanks, Goldfishy. Riddle kissed Floyd's cheek. What's for dinner? What do you want for dinner? Riddle pondered. Tacos. Floyd nodded, kissing Riddle back. Tacos it is. I don't wanna! Jamil shouted across the living room. Azul distracted by his daughter with a stuffed animal and ran after his husband. Jamil, please, I know you hate Kalim, but he's been so nice. He gave us a house, you know? I refuse to go, Jamil said. I don't want to see him. Jamil, you can't possibly be serious. I thought you and Kalim were patching things up. That's stupid. I'm not going back there. Azul sighed. Jamil, you haven't seen him since the gender reveal party. I know you two didn't leave off on the best foot, but... Jamil was in the kitchen by now, searching for something to drown his anger in. He's just gonna make me do work again, Jamil complained. 3 kids clearly isn't enough. I have to take care of Kalim, and 7 knows how many he has now. You're being paranoid, Azul stated. I am not paranoid, Jamil insisted. Kalim can barely do anything by himself. I had to make the cake for his stupid gender reveal party. That's because he's your friend, and also because he's not supposed to know the gender, Azul reasoned. And he paid you for it. And you had fun. Jamil had to admit he had fun. When he and Sebek saw the genders and decided to secretly make 2 cakes, Jamil felt very happy that it all went right. But still. I'll make you a deal, Azul said. You go to the party and I'll do whatever you want. Whatever I want? Jamil asked. Don't give me all that power, my dear. Azul gestured to their house, their 3 children. Too late. Jamil sauntered over the kitchen island. He sauntered over the kitchen island and he hopped. Oh my. I know it's supposed to be him going around it, but in my brain, he's just hopped completely over the kitchen island. Like, just whoop right over it. He pulled Azul into a kiss. Anything. I'm not gonna say that. Anything. I suppose I can handle the adult toddler for a bit longer, Jamil said. Yeah, the snake be jumping, man. Your Majesty, an attendant approached Malleus with an envelope. A letter from the future Lord Asim. Malleus took the envelope. Under his breath, he muttered, this better not be another baby. Malleus is like, if I have to get another gift for another child. It wasn't. It was Kalim's invitation to the reunion. Malleus smiled. Edie, my love. Malleus rushed into his husband's room. Edie was playing on his phone, their daughter on one side and a cat named Zagreus on his other. My dear, you won't believe it. Edie paused his game and looked up to face his husband. Their daughter mimicked the motion. What's up? I have received an invitation, Malleus excitedly showed Edie said invitation. Can we go? Please? Edie shrunk away. You mean going all the way to the Scalding Sands just to talk to people? That sounds like a nightmare. Oh, please, Edie. Malleus knelt and grabbed Edie by the knees. I must see Silver again. Wouldn't you love to see those little ones again? Edie shrunk, but Malleus looked at his little girl. Oh, Mal, please. I know you want to visit your best friend. Mal smiled and nodded. She gave Edie a set of puppy dog eyes. Edie stayed silent. You need not speak to them, Malleus offered. You may hide in my arms while I talk to them. Edie sighed. Fine, but you owe me. Of course, my dear. Malleus stood up and kissed Edie. I'll start packing. Malleus ran off. Edie smiled like a dork. His husband hadn't gotten this happy since the wedding, or since Silver announced their first child was twins. He turned back to his game. He would need to finish this domain before Malleus came back with some other news. Would you like to do a 10 poll? He asked the little girl. Mal nodded. Sebek carefully stepped into the room. What happened? Edie looked up. Oh, Malleus got invited somewhere. Sebek smiled. Of course! Who realized the glory of Malleus this time? Uncle Callie, Mal cheered. Wonderful, Sebek said. I also received an invitation. Edie giggled. Maybe you can bring that fake boyfriend of yours. Sebek's smile turned into a scowl. He isn't fake. I know he's real. I have another sip of tea, but that's just funny, man. Goodness gracious. Oh, man. Yeah, Edie said. He goes to another school, doesn't he? Sebek stormed out. The last thing he heard was the cheers as the princess won her papa's 10 pole. He looked out the window into the nothingness. I know he's real, Sebek said. Scully J. Graves. He exists. I know it. And there you have it, Chapter 1 of A Reunion. As promised, I will put up a poll if you would want to read Chapter 2, but we will only get as far as Chapter 2. That is it. Do we want a Chapter 2? Yes or no? Y'all need to tell me. It's y'all's things. Do you? Yeah. And so they're gonna get to meet the families next. So that'll be a thing. Depending on what it is, how it goes. It's overwhelming so many ships. Yeah, no, that is in fact how it seems. That is in fact indeed how it seems to be. At least from what I can tell in this current moment. Wow, okay, majorly you. A lot of people want to see chapter 2 over. Wow, okay, alright. Alright, fine. We can do that. Just let me do a couple of things really quickly. I just need to add a couple things to the wheel because we're working. Thank you so much, Lilia, for all of your hard work getting things done in the wheel, in the fanfiction category. I just need to add like a couple of fics that have been looked over to there, and then I need to find OBS, and then I need to get into the right the tab, and now we are good. All right, 79% of you want a chapter 2. 79 say you want chapter 2. So we are not going past chapter 2. I am sorry, but I feel like that would be extremely unfair to like every other fanfic that we've read thus far. If we just read all of the chapters. So we'll do chapter 2. And then if people want to, they can go and find it and read the rest themselves if they so choose to do so in the future. If you like the fic, it is obviously here on Archive of Our Own, Reunion by Nerdiest Fangirl. You can find it, you can read it on your own time as well. If you want to read any of the other chapters, there are 12 current chapters in this fic. We are only going to be reading 1 and 2, so... Also, oh hello, yeah, R.I.P. English server. It's still down as far as we know. I haven't gotten kicked off the game yet, so I'm just assuming that they still haven't decided to fix anything. But also, welcome. We are reading chapter 2 of Reunion. There aren't any other content warnings for this chapter, I would assume. Like, what we have, domestic fluff, children exist in many, many ships is still, I assume, accurate for what we are doing. So, we have a limit. It's because so many people have been doing fics and things, you know, we have had so many recommended. We have had 66 total fanfics recommended. That's a lot of fanfiction. That's a lot of and some of them are like 12, 13. Some of them are really long in terms of that. If we did all chapters for all 60, we would never get through. We would never get through any of them. And that wouldn't be fair to people. Like, if people aren't writing a lot or doing, like, I'm trying to make it as equitable as possible. And if there is, a fanfic that you really like, all of these are on the internet for free, and you can go and read them, and you can go and give kudos to the authors and all that kind of stuff as well. I am not stopping you from going and reading them on their own time. But... Mornings wholesome. Oh, I can add wholesome. Sure. Wholesome. There we go. There we have it. No, your main account. No, R.I.P. No, you might be able to get it back. You might be able to email them and get it back. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. If you have the username, they might be able to help you. They might be able to look it up that way. If you could tell them what cards and stuff. I think that happened to somebody else. They were able to like email support or whatever, and they were able to get their account back or like access or something. Maybe. I don't know. I would hope maybe that they could do something for you. I am so sorry that happened. Oh, if it's linked to your email, if you have it linked to an email, then they might be able to get it as well. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. We have so many talented writers in this community. It's fantastic. It's very exciting. My. Suggest Silver no reading 1 to 2 star twist reviews. Not tonight, I fear. I don't think, like, reading the fan fiction is fine. I don't mind the reading. I just don't want to, like, do an entire stream of just one person's fan fiction when we have so many other ones that have been requested by other people. That's my only thing. If it's linked to an email, then you're good. Yeah. If it's linked to an email, you could absolutely get it back. I would assume. I would hope. That I have my little transfer ID written down in like a notebook somewhere, so I have it that way. But if you don't have that, I recommend A, doing that, and then B, making sure it's linked to an email so that way you can get it back. So. But anyway. You need to pay you. You don't need to pay me. It's fine. You can continue to submit fics. It's okay. I just can't read all 12 chapters of each and every fic, that's all. Like, there's, like, the one Jade one that I really liked, but I couldn't finish that one because it was, like, 10,000 words. But they're very fun. They're very fun. I might indulge myself and go back to that one and we could finish reading that one. I don't remember how it ends, though. That's the only thing. I need to go back and reread how it ends before we finish that one. Because I don't actually know. But there's a couple by that specific author that I find to be really, really funny. But anyway. We're reading chapter 2 of Reunion. We're reading do I have an AO3? I don't. I don't have an AO3. So if it's locked, then I can't read it. Also, if it's locked in general, then I assume that they don't want the internet at large reading it, so I don't want to put it on stream. If there's a locked fic, I'm not going to read it on stream, because it's locked for a reason. So, unfortunately, I would like to respect the author's wishes in the fact that it is not accessible to the general public, to not just put it on blast on a stream. That seems like the reasonable thing to do in that case. But yeah, I don't have an account, so even if I did, though, I would not want to read locked fics out to everybody on the world. Mainly to prevent bots. Yeah, but even still, some people lock their fics specifically so that other people can't read them, right? Like, I don't know the intentions behind why it's locked. A lot of people do it for AI scraping, but there are also other people that do it for other reasons. And I can't discern that, so I would just rather not. To be respectful. But anyway, we have part 2 of Reunion to read here on screen. We have more domestic fluff to get into, so let us continue. Halim set up a large display of sandwiches, cheese, chips, pretzels, cookies, and other snack foods across the table. He felt proud. Look at him, doing stuff for himself. No, Silver shouted, pulling the 8-year-old girl away from the pile of chocolates. No. But Dad, the girl cried. Briar, I said no, Silver insisted. Briar turned to her other dad. Please. Oh, well, Kaleem began. Silver gave him the death stare. After lunch, sweetie. Fine. Briar crossed her little arms. Good. Silver put her down. Now go play with your sisters. The girl ran down the halls. Silver sighed. You okay? Kaleem asked. Do you need to nap? Because me and Rocky can... I'm fine, Silver said. Okay. Let me know if you need to leave for a nap or anything. Silver said. Kaleem gave Silver a kiss. I love you. I love you too, Silver said. He felt his other hand be grabbed. He looked up to see Ruggy. It's just some friends hanging out, Ruggy assured him. Can't be too bad. I'm just worried the kids are gonna do something. And I haven't seen Sebek in so long. Not since. Mally said his daughter has been very excited to see Lily, Silver said. I don't want to disappoint him. Oh, Kaleem remembered. Your dad's coming, right? I'd love to see him again. Silver shook his head. He's just gonna hang out with his grandkids all day, and you both know it. Yeah, no, that feels very Lilia Court. Yeah. Yeah. Kaleem kissed Silver again. I'm gonna check on the kids again. I'll see you in a bit. Let me, Silver said. Someone has to be the strict one between the three of us. Also fair. Silver left the living room to check on the kids. Ruggy grabbed a cracker off the table. Hey, Kaleem said, not yet. Kaleem, you should know me by now, Ruggy said. You feed me, I kiss you. Those are our wedding vows. Oh, I see. Then where's my kiss? Kaleem pouted. Ruggy pulled him in to kiss Kaleem. I'll go wait by the door. Ruggy answered the door to see their first family. Monsieur Dandelion, Rook smiled. Should we do Rook sippies? Should we do Rook sippies for fanfiction? I admit, perhaps not. It's so good to see you. You've gotten stronger since I last saw you. Ruggy offered a weak smile. Thanks. That's what happens when you eat a healthy amount of food. Vil greeted them with a smile. Good to see you're doing well. His hair had grown out, and he'd only become more beautiful with maturity. A few small children peeked out from between them. And who might you be? Ruggy asked with a smile. I'm Evie, the eldest child said. She had Vil's platinum blonde hair and violet eyes. What an adorable name! And that's your little sister and little brother, right? The younger kids cowered behind Rook's legs. Excuse me, they're shy, Rook said. Raven, Vincent, say bonjour. Bonjour, Vincent managed. He looked more like Rook with the hair and color and eyes, but still inherited Vale's beauty. The other girl, who Ruggy assumed was named Raven, had light purple hair and green eyes. Ruggy chose not to question the little girl's hair color. Well, if you three would follow me, I can drop you off with the other kids in the playroom. Evie walked up and took Ruggy's hand, but the other two stayed attached to their father. Oh dear, Rook said, why don't I take them? Rook grabbed each of his shyer children and followed Ruggy. Vil, meanwhile, was led to the living room by a servant. Thank you, Vil said. Help yourself, the friendly maid said, and let us know if you need anything. Vil made note of the servant's attire. She wore a simple black dress, not as expensive as the clothes Ruggy and Kaleem were wearing, but still nice and new. She had a modest face of makeup on that accentuated her soft, genuine smile. Vil picked out a small, crustless sandwich. It was just a simple tea sandwich, but it would do. Leona was a bit disappointed to see a footman at the door and not Ruggy. Prince Leona, the footman said, welcome to the Asim estate. Leona stepped in, paying little attention to him. Where is everybody? Mr. Schoenheit is already in the living room, the footman said. You can head there and I can take the kids. Leona looked down at the three children at his side. Arinia was the oldest, with thick dark hair and big hazel eyes. The younger two were both 5, but his daughter Zuri was a few months older. Her hair was much lighter than her brother's, almost blonde, with almond-shaped green eyes. She was a bit paler as well, but still unmistakably from the Sunset Savannah. Her younger brother, Bahari, also had small green eyes, but also had his father's dark brown hair, with parts of it sloppily braided. Can you three behave yourselves? Leona asked. Yes, Papa, Zuri cheered. Yeah, Arinia muttered. Bahari nodded. Okay, Leona said. He gave each of them a kiss on the forehead. Be good, I love you. Leona followed the footman to the living room. Vil turned his attention to them. Leona, he smiled. Lovely to see you on time for once. Leona finally let go of his son's hand. The footman led them away to the playroom. Leona, Ruggy said, how are you? Leona took a seat next to Vil. I'm fine. How about you? How many kids are you at? Ruggy sighed, his face growing tired at even considering it. 11. 11. 11 already? 11. Oh my gosh, that's so many. That's far too many, Vil said. I don't understand how you do it. It helps to have a staff of people and 2 husbands, Ruggy said. Can I get you guys anything to drink? Cater quickly joined his old friends in the living room. Vil raised an eyebrow. Cater, do you not have children? Nah, Cater said. I'm a child-free, baby. Rook smiled. Ah, yes, the beauty of freedom. You say everything is beautiful, Leona moaned. You said it was beautiful when Leona stopped himself. I shouldn't be surprised, Vil realized. I follow you on Magicam. Yeah, Cater said. By the way, I saw you in that new movie. Amazing performance. Thank you, Vil said. I almost missed the audition. Evelyn had a bit of an emergency. Thank goodness Rook was able to handle it. Oh no, Cater said. Is she okay? She's fine, Rook said. Just a doctor's visit. Nothing to be worried about, Vil elaborated. Jamil held his youngest daughter while his husband knocked on the door. To his annoyance and surprise, Kaleem answered the door. Jamil! Kaleem cheered. It's so good to see you. Jamil shifted Coralia in his arms. Nice to see you too. Jamil stepped into the house. Come on, Jay. Come on, Uma. The two older children followed their father dutifully. Kaleem chased after Jamil. Jamil, I know where it is, he said. Coral, can I put you down now? Cora nodded and let her dad put her down. She grabbed his hand as Jamil continued to the playroom. Kaleem didn't stop him as he entered the room. It was large, with a whole corner dedicated to an indoor playground. The floor was padded with those puzzle piece mats most kids' schools had. Various shelves were full of every activity a child could want. Cubbies were labeled with the names of Kaleem's older kids, each fitting a plastic container that held their specific toys. Only 6 of the 14 children in the room were not Kaleem's. The eldest children, aged 7 and up, Jamil guessed, were huddled into the playground while the younger children were playing with toys in another corner. Jamil's little sister watched over the older kids, making sure no one did anything they wouldn't be able to take back. Najma? Jamil asked, approaching her. Najma smiled. Jamil, it's been so long, she gasped at her nieces and nephews. Well, hello there. Hi, Auntie Najma, said Jay, the eldest child and Jamil's only son. Najma smiled. Jay, Uma, you can stay with me. Coralia, you can hang out with oh my goodness. Felicity. Why is this giving me trouble? Felicity, over there. Coralia toddled over to the other kids her age. Najma smiled. I can take care of it, brother. Go have fun with your husband and friends. Are you sure? Jamil asked. If I can handle any kids, it's going to be my own nieces and nephews, Najma said. Now go. Jamil was forced outside the room. Okay, fine. Jamil and Trey walked into the living room. Their 3 children followed a maid to the playground. Azul, Jade smiled. It's been too long. Too long is still not long enough, Azul muttered. Jamil returned to his side. Hey, Trey, how you been? Cater smiled. I've been well, Trey said, adjusting his glasses. A little tired, but what do you expect from 5 kids? 5? 5? What have they been doing? 5, Azul asked. I only saw 3. Our youngest girls are staying with my mother, Jade said. I'm sure Iris and Violet would love to meet you, Azul. You should come visit soon. I'm good, Azul said. Last time I came to your house, you stuffed me up. I can't help it, Trey said. I like cooking. Is Floyd here yet? Jade asked. Not yet, Vil said, but he will be shortly, I assume. Oh, there's another car now. Malleus and Idia were sitting at each window seat at the back of a limo. Their daughter, Mal, was between them, half asleep. She looks just like you when she sleeps, Malleus smiled. And when she's awake, she's just like you, Idia added. Loud and full of energy. I think that's more Sebek and Ortho than me, Malleus considered, but she is like them. We're here, Ortho cheered. Come on, let's go. Ortho and Sebek popped out of the car. Sebek held the door open for Lilia, then for Malleus, Mal, and Idia. Lilia brought 2 half-fae boys and a full-fae girl out with them. So many kids, he muttered, but it's nothing compared to Silver. Malleus smiled. Is everyone ready? Malleus grabbed his daughter's hand and led them up to the door. He politely knocked on the door. A maid answered, but was quickly interrupted by a 10-year-old screaming, Grandpa! Yep, there's my boy, Lilia smiled. Lily Van Rouge, not to be confused with his grandfather, whom he was named after, ran up to said grandfather. Lilia had aged like a block of cheese and needed a cane to walk, but he always had energy for the grandkids. Lily, Silver called. He ran up to the door. He was clearly exhausted. Oh, hello, father. Hey, kiddo. Silver gave his father a hug. Lily looked to his cousin, Malinor. Lily, Silver asked, can you take them to the playroom? But I want to talk to Grandpa, Lily said. Grandpa's just going to talk about the war and take baby pictures, Silver growled. Yeah, just standard grandpa activities. Yep. Yeah. Don't worry, Silver, Lilia smiled. I'll go with them. What? Malleus asked. Lilia, you. We'll talk during lunch, right, kiddo? Right, Silver managed. I'll be back soon, Lilia said, allowing the 10-year-old to take him away. Sebek, Ortho, Malleus, and Edia followed Silver to the living room. Edia sat at the corner of an empty couch. Malleus had no choice but to sit next to his husband, blocking most from seeing him. Sebek and Ortho filled the rest of the couch. Did you get bigger? Jamil asked. Ortho smiled. I did! Edia's been upgrading me. Well, you look lovely, Vil complimented. Azul smirked. And Sebek, tell me, how many of those kids were yours? Sebek stared at the octopus blankly. I don't have kids. Yeah, his boyfriend, he can't even find his boyfriend. What? How, Azul? How is he gonna? How? We don't even know if his boyfriend exists. What do you mean? Wait, those are all Malleus and Edia's? Azul asked. To be fair, only one of them is our biological child, Malleus said. To be fair, Edia added, we left 3 at home. See, Jade said, it's totally normal to leave your babies with their grandparents. Malleus's smile waned. Well, actually, my grandmother is quite ill right now. She requested I leave some of the children at the castle to keep her company. Oh, Vil said, I'm so sorry, Malleus. I hope she recovers. Her Majesty has lived a long and stressful life. Sebek, please don't say it's, she's gonna die. The physicians are optimistic. Oh, okay, good. And have assured my liege that she will survive for at least a few more months. Sebek, no! He had me in the first half, only to let me down in the end. But enough about my grandmother, Malleus said. How have you all been? I'm good, Leona groaned. I have a normal amount of children, unlike others. Lloyd was hesitant to hand his sleeping daughter off to the maid. Careful, he muttered. Riddle just smiled at his beloved husband. He shared the feelings, but apparently it was his turn to be the stable one. Take care of your sister, Riddle told the older girls. They made their way towards the living room. Floyd was suddenly back to normal, taking up as much space on the couch as possible, leaving a perfect space for Riddle to snuggle up with him. Floyd, Jade smiled. It's great to see you. Sup, Floyd said to his brother. He turned to Azul. How have you been, Azul? How many kids are you at? 3, Azul said. Same as you. Same as Jade would have if they didn't end up as twins. No, that's not true. That's not how that works. They have 5, right? Oh, I guess oh wait, never mind, because the twins would have come as later as a surprise. Did they really drop 4th anniversary news and before they dropped an acknowledgement of the facts that all of the stuff is going wrong in the games? Did they really put out 4th anniversary notice before acknowledging the fact that the game is broken? Did they really do that? Did they really do that? No, they haven't dropped either. They haven't dropped either. Neither one has been dropped. Neither one has been dropped on the official site. So we're still good. We're still good. Nothing is published. Nothing is published. Yeah, but it's not published. They also have all the Malleus banners up, but they're not published yet. Yeah, just because it exists doesn't mean it's published. Because you can find some of the notices before they're officially released. Okay, so they haven't. That doesn't surprise me at all because they always have notices up like that. They always have things prepped but not released. So I'm not surprised by that at all. But yeah. The information is there if you want to go find it, but it's not public yet. I was gonna say, because that's wild if they just dropped that and didn't even drop the Malleus banner information either. Because Because that has to come first. That comes before 4th anniversary. I see. Okay. All right. Crisis avoided. Anyway, where were we? Floyd on the couch. Floyd, Jade smiled. It's great to see you. Sup, Floyd said to his brother. Oh, wait. Okay, right. Children. Right. Didn't end up as twins. Got it. Perfect. There we are. Well, you are more likely to have twins if you yourself are a twin, Jade said. I'm so sorry you don't have any. Floyd ignored him. So how's life treating you, shark sucker? Ruggy shrugged. I'm good. Very happy with the kids. Even Ruggy has twins, Jade pointed out. Oh no. You act like it's such a big deal, Floyd complained. It seems like so much more work. Guys, Trey said, let's stop fighting about something that we can't control. Agreed, Floyd said. Are you hungry, Goldfishy? Riddle looked over at the snack table. Can you hand me a cookie? Of course! Floyd placed a kiss on his cheek and then grabbed a chocolate chip cookie. Jade may not have twins, but Floyd was confident he had a better life, all things considered. Oh no. Oh, they're just, I see. Mm-hmm. Jack and Ethel joined them shortly after. Ruggy offered them both a hug. It's good to see you, Ruggy, Jack said. Leona finally stood up. Jack, I saw you in that sledding competition. Oh, that wasn't much, Jack said. Not much, Ethel asked. Man, you won first place, Ethel kissed him. I'm so proud of you. Ethel, Vil shouted. He caught himself, taking a deep breath. I'm sorry, you are a full-grown man. I can't control your accent anymore. Darn straight, Ethel said. Oh, that reminds me. Y'all want to see something? Ethel pulled out his phone and started showing Vil some necklaces. I wanted to get something for my mom. What do you think? I only met your mother once during your wedding, Vil said, but if I must pick, that turquoise pendant matches her eyes. That's what I was thinking, but I wanted your opinion since we're gonna see you anyway. Vil smiled. I trust your fashion sense, Ethel. I mean, you look quite nice. Thank you, Ethel smiled. Jack and him sat down. We're just missing Ace and Deuce, Ortho said. Silver and Kaleem promptly returned, sitting next to Ruggy on a raised platform covered in cushions. It puts the attention on them. The platform wrapped around under the window. Leona sat in the corner, Floyd and Riddle cuddled up next to him. The end of the couch had Vil and Brooke, not as affectionately as those right next to them. There were 2 other couches in the room. One had Jamil Azul, Jade, and Trey. The other one was for Lily Edia, Malleus, Sebek, and Ortho. Cater sat alone in a chair. Poor Cater, just off in the corner. Oh, okay. Jack and Ethel sat on the floor near the raised platform. Kaleem, the footman, approached the master of the house. Mr. Trapola and Spade are here. Ace and Deuce entered the room. Deuce was still carrying their daughter. Oh, she's adorable, Cater cheered. She looks just like you. Ace and Deuce looked down at their daughter. She was blonde. She was also adopted. Good job, Cater. Good job, buddy. And Ace and Deuce had always made that clear when they talked with Trey and Riddle. Yeah, Ace said. I could take her from here. KK, you're killing me, KK. We tried to wake her up, Deuce said. I hope it isn't too much of an inconvenience. The footman just laughed. I suggest you take a look over at Silver. Silver bolted awake. Huh? What? The footman smiled and took the girl to join the others in nap time. Ace and Deuce sat down next to Apple and Jack. Ace began, so, how have you been? And that is chapter 2 of Reunion. If you would like to read the other chapters, if you would like to see all of the fun stuff that these kiddos have been up to in this potential future, in this potential future, then please check it out on AO3. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for letting us read your fanfiction tonight. It was quite cute. Thank you. All right, there are 2 more I have to add to the wheel real quickly, I think. There's at least 1 that I need to add to the wheel. And then it needs to get that. And then we're good. And then the wheel is good. And then the wheel is all set up. All right, shall we roll for another one? Shall we? Do we want another one? Do we want another one? Do we want another one? Yeah, so Vargas also, now that you mentioned Vargas, I can rant about this again. Vargas technically was not supposed to have lessons because I'm 90% sure that in Vargas's release notice, they mentioned specifically that Vargas is not allowed to take alchemy lessons. He cannot take daily lessons, and yet he can. So in the official release, it says in pink, bright pink text, cannot take daily lessons, and yet in the game, he's there and you can take them. So that there have been so many little things that have been adding up, and I think potentially because of that, and then of course what they tried to do. So anniversary banner says they're adding him to alchemy with the others. Yeah, that's fine, but he was already there's so many little scuffed things that they're doing. There's so many scuffed things. So many scuffed things. He wasn't supposed to be there, but he was, but they didn't fully implement the staff, so only Vargas was there when the other staff should have been. So now the 4th anniversary is when they are supposed to add them all, but Vargas is already here. It's not Vargas. Vargas, I don't think, was the one that broke it. Vargas could have been a contributing factor because he wasn't supposed to be there and he was. That could have messed some things up. But I think in preparation, they added in a whole bunch of stuff that wasn't supposed to be there. Like, they added in the new menus. They added in the trading thing. But it's not called trading. It's called, like, it starts with a C. They added in a whole new system that you can't even access, right? They added in some things and changed some things. And I think that may have conflicted. Conversion, thank you. That's the word. They added the conversion system in. They may have added these systems in, but because Vargas was there and he wasn't supposed to be, or because something was there that wasn't supposed to be, it then screwed everything up. Maybe, clearly there is something that's conflicting with the code of the game that is causing the systems to be inaccessible when they should be accessible. And it's throwing an error because it can't reach those parts of the game. So something happened in translation. Something got lost. Maybe it was Vargas, maybe it's a combination of factors. We clearly will never know because they refuse to acknowledge that it's happening. But yeah, it's a whole time. Anyway, we have a wheel that has some new stuff in it. We'll see. we could blame it on Vargas. Let me shuffle it because there's some new stuff. There we go. And let's see what we have to see. What are we gonna do next? Oh, we have a new one. Apple to my pear. Apple to my pear. Congratulations, Apple to my pear. You will be added to our little thing. Where are you, Apple to my pear? Also, I think nope, never mind. I did. Okay, perfect. All right, we're just gonna mark this one, and then we're gonna grab this one, and then we're gonna open it in the window so that way we can read it on the stream. Here we are. We can't do this one? Why can't we do this one? I thought this one was accepted. Oh no, we can't do this one? Oh no, what do you mean we can't do this one? Is it over? Oh, it's over the limit. That's why we can't do this one. Oops, I thought the X was in a different place. That's on me. We can't do this one because you're 5,000 words. We can read it halfway. We can read it halfway. We'll read it halfway then. How about that? We'll make a compromise. It is too long. It's 5,000. It needs to be 4,000. We'll read it halfway. We'll do halfway. Anyway, this is a different fic. This is Apple to my pear. We have, listen, Lilia is going through things. Lilia is just a bat. Lilia's just a bat. Give him some space. And of course, it also has to be in that thread. If you didn't repost it to that thread, it won't get read. This is Apple and Jack as a pair, if that was not already apparent by the name of this fic. That's not how you spell Apple. There we are. Apple and Jack. We have Apple, Jack, Juice, Sebek, Ortho, Ace, Brucky, Leona, Vil, Rook, Edia, Malleus, you, Grim, and everyone is here, just not named. So I could have just read that tag and not had to read everything else. The additional tags are romantic fluff, lots of it, years later, weddings, Jack Howell is floofy, love confessions, and Mama Hen Vil. Nice. we're gonna put floof in and then weddings romance. So there we go. Also, thank you, Lilia, for going through and pre-reading them and things. I very much appreciate you. Very much appreciate the work that you are doing. All right, so okay. We have this fanfic right here for us, our reading pleasure. Those were all of the tags. I think I've accurately warned it. We are going to get halfway through, or at least to like a good stopping point, and then we will move on to another fic. So that it is more equitable to everyone. But thank you for coming and hanging out. Enjoy your sleep. Enjoy. No. It is totally fine. Thank you for focusing on the fix. Thank you for helping me out. This was a little last minute. And some of the things were not originally in the whatchamacallit, so. But yeah, you are totally fine. You are totally fine. Alrighty. Here we go. It felt so surreal to Apple as the elderly villagers fussed over his beautiful suit. Surreal that in just half an hour, he would be married to his high school sweetheart. It had taken the entire morning to not psych himself out, going on a mile-long accent-riddled tangent on the thought of something going wrong. Thinking back to how it started, he supposed that Jack Howell, his classmate and soon-to-be husband, had always caused him to find confidence in himself and stumble over himself at the same time. Back when they were naive boys at Night Raven College, the freshmen had moved up to their sophomore year and were saddled with more responsibilities than previously. Deuce, Jack, and Sebek had been promoted to vice housewarden of their respective dorms, and Ortho was now the housewarden of Ignihide. As for Apple and Ace, they were basically seen as the number 3 on the ladder given their connections with the seniors. Okay, Ace was seen as more than that after the bombshell he dropped at the end of their first year, but that's a story Apple didn't feel like telling. Apple, I want to know! Apple, I want to know now! Apple! Apple, you can't keep this from me! No, Apple! Apple, spill the deeds! That's spoilers? Oh, it's a secret? Oh, there's actual legitimate spoilers in that? Oh, okay, alright, fine. While their obligations with each other didn't change, you had stated that they felt a shift in their friend group. It was nothing negative according to them, but Apple could sense they were right. He personally wanted to chalk it up to being teenage boys who go to a grand school and see each other as competition. Well, they still did, but unlike their upperclassmen, it felt more like playground banter of who can do better in sports or tests. Spoiler alert, Jack and Sebek dominated in all categories except animal language. Interesting, I see. But it wasn't any sort of rivalry Apple at the forefront when it came to his classmates. He would look at them during their PE classes and notice how Ace was, maybe, a bit nicer to all of them, and especially to Deuce. The blue-haired boy would get flustered and try to tease in response, only for the redhead to one-up him every time. Meanwhile, Ortho was the same as always, if not better, integrated by understanding the group dynamic. And Sebek was not focusing so much on Malleus and instead engaging with others more naturally. Oh, it's a fic spoiler. Oh, I see. Not a JP spoiler, but a fic spoiler. I see. All right. Okay. Oh, wait. I think I might have figured it out. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut, but I might have figured it out. I see. Okay, all right. I might have figured it out. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll see. Anyway, where was I? And then there was Jack, his homeroom buddy, fellow athlete passionate about getting stronger, and the one person Epple couldn't get off his mind all through summer break. Every time Epple spotted a fluffy critter, his first thought was wondering how soft Jack's fur was in wolf form. Whenever he helped in the kitchen, he pondered if he should decrease the amount of onions as if Jack would be joining his family for lunch. That last part there made his face red every time, which his grandma Marja would be quick to tease him on. Since the beginning of their second year, Epple never found the right moment to talk with the tall beastman. Even during PE, when they're paired, he couldn't get a word in that wasn't about muscles or nutrition. And that's when it happened. This would go in infamy, but also the best day of his life after the wedding. The spell drive team and the track team happened to share the field for practice one morning a week before winter break. The air was already chilling and frost clung to the grass and made a crisp crunch as Epple walked. Once in the air, he could see Jack and Deuce racing each other as they always did. Only he had been staring a little too long and didn't see the disc flying in his direction at an arc. Epple! Ruggy called in panic. The sophomore looked up fast enough to see the trajectory of the disc and caught it with magic. However, he had caught it so last minute that he couldn't slow the momentum of the disc before it collided with his stomach. The air got knocked out of Epple, and the crash also knocked him off his broom, sending him falling to the ground 20 feet below. But instead of colliding with the cold, solid dirt, what the young man landed on was warm and fluffy. He laid against this cushioning in a daze for a moment. "Are you all right, Epple?" And Epple turned his head to meet a fuzzy muzzle with yellow eyes. Jack! The lavender boy jumped off, blush crossing his face. "Are you not getting air in after that hit?" Even in wolf form, the confusion was clear on Jack's face. This made the smaller of the two even more flustered. I'm alright. Wasn't paying mind to the fact that I was darn above the ground falling before I could leave some bone broken. Speaking of, thank you for catching me." That is a tangent in that accent of yours. Definitely delirious from oxygen deprivation. Jack then returned to his usual form. "Oh, Epple cleared his throat and took a moment to calm down. "Sorry, I've also been distracted recently. That wasn't what I had in mind in trying to talk to you outside of schoolwork." "Just to talk?" "Both clubs need to get back to their practices," Vargas hollered from the track meet. "Thanks, Vargas. Sure, the kid just fell out of the sky." And your response is you have to get back to practice? Vargas. Oh, man. Oh, dear. Oh, gosh. My goodness. Both sophomores jumped and realized that everyone was staring at them. "After clubs finish, we talk," Epple demanded, and then he went to pick up his broom to continue spell drive. He looked back to see Jack standing there stumped for a moment before returning to his own club. Luckily, the spell drive team finished first, which gave Epple ample time to freshen up and change back into his school uniform. It wasn't long until the track team returned, and the smaller sophomore watched as Jack changed back into his uniform. The wolf beastman's tail was swaying a bit as they made eye contact, and Epple couldn't be sure, but his towering peer looked nervous about something. They didn't say a word as they exited the locker room together with their gym bags. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Jack asked. Epple took a deep breath. "Whatever I say, I want an honest answer from you." "Okay, that is sounding ominous, but go ahead." The shorter sophomore shot his hand out so suddenly that the wolf stepped back in surprise. "Please go out with me, Jack." Ears shot straight up and the tail stiffened. And then it started wagging. Go out? As in, like, going out on a date? Well, I have club meetings and vice housewarden duties. I don't know if I can make the time. If you don't want to, just say so. Do you know how much it took me just to ask? Epple remained hopeful inside, seeing that all too honest tail's still wagging. But he forgot how stubborn Jack was about his feelings, so this was going to be grueling to get anything emotional out of him. "You kept me mulling over you and us all since we wrapped up freshman year. I want to know if you feel the same and give the whole dating thing a shot." It's not that I don't want to go out with someone as strong and beautiful as you. I am. Jack froze, and his face started turning pink. The admittance also surprised the smaller sophomore. You think I'm strong and beautiful? Now the wolf wouldn't look at him directly, hand reaching to scratch behind his own ears. The urgency of his fingers combing the fur there meant that he was feeling embarrassed. Yes, I have maybe had the thought in my head ever since that cafeteria incident with your box of onions. You took it in stride despite my accusations and even let me join your table. You were passionate about getting stronger, something I learned as I got to know you outside of your homeroom. I gained a lot of respect for your drive to reach your goals, and somewhere in the middle it shifted to something else. Did you ever plan to tell me how you felt? Not until I could figure out what I was feeling. We wolf beastmen only ever have one partner for life, so I kept stopping myself to overthink what it is and if it's the right emotion, but now, hearing how you feel about me... Jack reached out and took Apple's still outreached hand. The smaller boy was going to yell, to ask before suddenly grabbing someone, when he placed the delicate yet calloused hand over his heart and looked straight in his eyes. The beat of the wolf's heart was steady but quick. It was like its own magic spell. Apple felt more drawn than before to this mountain of a sophomore. He didn't notice his feet closing the small distance between them until his ear was pressed against that heartbeat. He felt Jack take a sharp breath in surprise, and then those arms he compared to his own were being wrapped around his leaf face. Oh, how adorable! How exciting! Their first official date in Clifftown was after the break at the dinner at NRC alumnus opened the previous year. Apple was nervous that one of his seniors would spot him here, but Jack had planned for it. He had gotten his date a newsboy hat from the school store and the wolf's own cardigan that completely covered Apple's uniform, and the boy's whole upper body. Clumsy disguise or not, the two enjoyed themselves and each other's company, even sharing a My brain couldn't decide whether that said humongous or homogenous, but I think it says humongous. It's a humongous burger and a large sundae. That's what it is. My. Also, hello. Welcome in. It maybe also felt lovely that Apple was wearing something of Jack's, like, acclaim, but the larger sophomore would never admit that until they're adults. Unfortunately, there was a Pomfiore senior there who recognized him, and he did take a picture of the two, which he sent to Bill. This led to Apple's phone getting a giant text lecture of letting go of his diet and poor attempt at hiding his key features. Then following that was basically a mom telling her son to send pictures of himself and the boyfriend when they're together. Looks like Bill approves was all Apple could say as he looked at the last part stunned. Their friends also began calling them the power couple of their generation, which spread through the entire campus. Jack was giant, strong, stubborn about ethics, and someone who wanted to be seen as independent, but was a soft puffball to everyone, not to mention dominated all physical activities on top of brains. And Apple was the opposite in stature, but could still kick your butt while looking fabulous, and half the time barely needing to lift a finger, or let his potions, not poisons, do the work for him. It was no surprise that the two became nothing short of an idol couple to their juniors for the next 2 years, the pinnacle of strength and beauty. Even after they graduated, the two stayed together as long as they physically could. Jack had his athletic career in winter sports and spell drive, and Apple was researching agricultural advancements while still working the apple farm. It was a long trip between the two ends of the Shaftlands, so while off-season, they took turns visiting each other's hometowns and reconnecting with their friend group when they were available. I'm fine. I went to go put hand cream on and I dropped the cap. We're good. We're good. The couple would go skiing at Jack's place and work together in the fields for harvest as they had been doing since they started dating. Speaking of harvesting, since his school days, Apple had a Matchcam account to promote his town's products. Bill and his father had also started to post about the Apple-based skincare and goods from the mountain town, bringing a lot of young people interested in the industry. Apple continued to post periodically using his charm and charisma in promotional shots, with Jack making a few appearances, with those posts getting the most attention from how gorgeous the couple looked together. My. I am not Rose Ember. We are not the same person. We are two separate individuals. But welcome. Hello. Oh, my. Good spot to stop. All right. So we'll stop there. This has been so delightful. So fun. So fun. Thank you so much for submitting your fic to be read. It's very cute. It's very wholesome. It is a vibe. So thank you so much. I will read the list of the fics much more closely now to see if there's anything else we can add to the wheel. Not yet. Nope. Alrighty. Perfect. Okay, so we have next up we have more fics. We could have another fix. We could have another one. Ah, you specialize in the wholesome stuff. I see. Well, you do very good at it. It's very, very cute. Well, it's very, very wholesome. And quite fun. I like the progression of their relationship as well. It was very, very cute. And it made sense. It made a lot of sense. But alright. We have another one. We should do another one. Also, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. My. Let's see. You were gonna be head caterer Trey. What? I was gonna be head caterer Trey? I was gonna do that? Ah, dear you. This is the one that came up last time. Lilia, this is yours, right? I believe. Is it okay for me to read this time? Are we good with it? I remember last time we wanted a different one instead. It's good to read? Okay. All right, we shall read Dear You today. Let me get the link. Let me get the linky link, and then we can put it here. I think this was the one that was slightly angsty, right? I think, maybe, potentially. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do in the Google Sheet. I wanted to change the background color, not the text color. There we go. This is long distance friendship, nothing about angst. So it'll just be long distance. A little, oh, it was a little angsty? Okay, all right. Here we have you, Dear You. This is post-canon, right? So this is like long distance friend / relationship. This is post book 7, I believe. So yeah, the EN servers are fried. the EN servers are very cooked. You cannot do anything in the main story. You cannot progress the main story or read it from the story page. You cannot take lessons. You cannot check your buddies from the, like, screen creation tab for whatever reason. You can check them from anywhere else, but you can't do that when you're creating a team. You can't click on, like, the buddies info button. They added conversions in, but the conversions are also broken, so they will also cause the game to reset. And there's a couple other, like, little things. Like, some of the Sam shops, like, UI is messed up. Some of the other stuff. Yeah, it's kind of on fire, and it's been on fire all day. It's been on fire at least since 7 a.m. Eastern time. And they have not officially acknowledged it, which is kind of wild. It has literally been the entire day. Like, the whole systems have been down, so we're reading fanfiction instead. We're reading lovely fanfiction, most of which has been fanfiction that members of our community have written and given to me to read aloud to the entire internet. So, but yeah, hopefully we'll get it. I mean, it would have to get fixed by the time Malleus's birthday comes around, I would assume. I would also assume that because they would have to push Malleus's banner and all the other birthday stuff that day, that they would fix the other things that are wrong when that happens. I I am hoping that they aren't going to wait until his birthday to fix everything. I would hope they're not going to wait another 2 days to figure out how to fix the app and then implement those changes with the birthday changes. I would sure hope they get this fixed before then. I sure hope so. So we will see how it goes. But yeah, 4th anniversary is also coming up. 4th anniversary should also have a lot of UI changes, a lot of optimizations, a lot of quality of life. But given how it's going, I don't really know. It's been over 14 hours now. Yeah, it's a little ridiculous. Like, I can understand that it's probably something that they don't fully know how to fix, right? Because they probably don't know what is causing it to do the things that it's doing, right? Because they did a couple of things, so you have to rework all of those things to figure out what is causing the app to crash, or causing the systems to be unavailable, rather. But I would assume that they could roll it back a version, I feel like. I feel like they should be able to roll it back a version and then, you know, like, just undo everything you did and then try to implement it better later. But I'm not a dev, and I don't really know how that works for live service games, so... but they haven't kicked me out of my game yet. We're still in the mirror chamber. We still here. It's still here, so... But we'll find out. Also, I'm in Eastern time. Eastern, EST, ET, whatever it is these days. Whatever the thing is. But... It is literally... You know the overtime that Edio was working in Book 7? That is exactly what is happening right now for the poor devs. The problem is they need to at least acknowledge that the issue is happening, and they seem to be refusing to do that. And that's I think the bigger issue. Like, if they just acknowledged that it was happening and was like, hey guys, we know this is a problem, we're trying to work on fixing it, please be patient. They like that, then it would be fine, right? But there's not been an acknowledgement. The support ticket that I put in hasn't gotten a reply. I don't think anybody else that's put in a ticket or like has did the help please that's broken has gotten a reply. Like nothing. There's been silence. There's been crickets as far as I know. So like that I think is the bigger issue. If you have something that is this fundamentally broken and you're not saying, hey, we know it's broken, we're working on it, and you're like giving nobody information. You cannot sweep this under the rug. You can sweep Vargas being included in alchemy lessons when he wasn't supposed to be under the rug. Like, people aren't gonna care about that. But you can't sweep the core gameplay mechanics not working. You can't do that. You can't just ignore it and pretend that no one knew it happened. This is a much bigger issue than those other things. Like, like, come on. Vargas will fit under the rug. You know, we could try. We can just get a big rug. If we just get a big rug, it'll be fine, I'm sure. Good night. Thank you for coming and hanging out and saying hi. Yeah, the server's just a mess. And I'm just confused as to why they just haven't said a thing. Again, I am fully convinced that they do not have a marketing department. They do not have a PR department. All the little decisions that keep getting made and them being so, what is it? Late to respond to things is just wild to me. I don't know, man. I don't know. I know, right? My entire morning was thrown off. I was like, I can't do my what do I do now? I'm so used to just doing the I'm so used to having TWST on my desk at work and just looping through lessons. And I'm like, I can't. This is so bizarre. Anyway, we should probably, there's server maintenance on the 19th. Yeah, but today's the 16th. We have to wait 17th, 18th. No, that's 3 days. That's 3 days of the game being fundamentally broken and being completely unplayable for most of the people that play the game. That's way too long for that to be happening. I can see them waiting because that's their big maintenance day, but that would be so ridiculously unprofessional. It would be so uncaring for the audience that cares so much about this IP to just be like, yeah, we'll just fix it in a couple days, whatever. But if they do that, it's a huge loss of money. It's going to impact the player base. A bunch of people are going to just stop playing the game. Like, it's going to impact everything if they just let it go. So, you don't want the game to just start working on your birthday? I know. There's Savannah Claw Mango spoilers. Yeah, there's Savannah Claw spoilers, and then there's also I saw Scarabia spoilers today, which was fun. But birthday's on the 18th. We're gonna lose. Yeah, exactly. But you're gonna make a new account because you lost the other account. You should try to put a ticket in to get your account back. I'm pretty sure we had somebody in Discord say that they were able to get their account back because they contacted support and they had the email and stuff. It took them a little bit, but they were able to get it back. If you do start a new account today, let me know if you can actually play through the prologue. Because if the main story is being impacted in the way that it is currently, I have a feeling that you're only going to be able to get so far through the prologue because it's scripted before if you uninstall the app and you don't have the transfer stuff set up, then when you reinstall the app, you can sometimes have it desynced from the account and then you can lose the account. So there is that. Just make sure that you put your transfer password and like your account ID in like a little notebook somewhere, just in case, and make sure that you have it backed up to a an email, just in case. Yeah, no, they literally cannot, even if they refuse to acknowledge it, they cannot push it under the rug. If you try to fix it, do not give any compensation and don't even mention that it happens, you are going to lose players. That will happen. That's not a maybe. It will happen. It is a certainty. And Twist of Wonderland is one of the few games that I get very frustrated with because they are so lackadaisical in what they choose to tell the player base, which is just annoying. There's not a lot of transparency, and it makes me think that they don't have a marketing department because they don't have people to write the notices. They don't have people to write the statements. They don't have people to write the social media posts. And I am becoming more and more resolute in that thought. It is my utmost conspiracy theory. But did we know this game's still buggy? We could check it. We could check it right now. Let's see, guys. Let's see if it's still broken. It's probably still broken. Can we go to our lessons? No, we cannot. It's still broken. It's still broken. Yeah, literally. Listen, I would do social media part-time. I would do marketing part-time. I have 6+ years of marketing experience. Guys, come on. It's not that hard. It's really not that hard. Hire Nesto, goodbye Nesto. It's really not. It's really not. It's really not. And then they have their scheduled Twitter posts, so obviously they have somebody that knows what they're doing. They have somebody that knows how to schedule Twitter posts. So like they have somebody doing something. But they're not doing it very effectively. Like, the issue has been persisting since 7 a.m. EST. At the very least, at like 9 a.m. PST, they should have put out a statement being like, we are aware that this is happening. Please do not send in any more tickets. We are trying to fix this issue, because I'm sure they got inundated with people giving requests for help because the game is broken. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I would do marketing for Twist. I would do marketing for Twist for corn chips. Listen, I've been playing around with the idea of creating better trailers for the cards that are releasing, or for like character cards, because the trailers that they do are just so boring. They're just like the duo spell, and they're like, summon this card. I've reported the bug. Mr. Bushy Star's reported the bug. I'm sure there's been a couple other people that have also reported the bug. If you have not reported the bug, you can do so by going to the official website and going to the support part of the website at the very bottom. If you scroll down to the bottom, you can hit the support. You have to hit a FAQ page. Don't just hit the request button. That is just to request game features. That's not to request bug fixes. You have to go to an FAQ page and then scroll down to the Contact Us button, and then you can submit a report that way. If you submit it from the we could do we want to do this? We could do this right now. Will it? I don't know if it will. Do we want to know how to do we want to know how to put in a ticket? Do we want to know how to report things? I'm so sorry, Lilia. We will get to your fan fiction eventually. I think there's been a lot of people that have already reported it, given that, like, a bunch of people on Twitter are like, please, God, fix the game. But if we want a refresher, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I have this also in the UI guide, by the by, that I made that I will have to inevitably, refresh, which will probably never happen because, God, that took forever to edit. All right, so here's Twisted Wonderland's page. So if you have an issue in the app, right, if something's broken, right, something's broken, this is the official website, right? You can go here. You gotta scroll all the way down to the bottom. Then you're gonna hit this here that says support. The support. Oh, my mouse is not being captured, but you can see it unhighlighting and highlighting, right? We're at the rave. We're gonna hit the support button. If you hit this, it will take you to a brand new page, the FAQ page, which also does not have any info about the stuff that is currently happening in the game, which is also kind of annoying to me. The last info and news was in 2023. But here you have an option, right? If you just go to this page, oh, look, opinions and requests. This is not the help button. This is the I want another Grim SSR. This is a I want Jack to have more SSRs button. This is not, hey, my game is fundamentally broken button. This is very important to know, right? If your game is fundamentally broken and something has happened, you are supposed to put in keywords and search for it in the FAQ. If you know that it is broken and it is not something that they will have an FAQ for, like when I got Ernesto's card and I did not receive his full uncapped title, that's not something they have an FAQ page for, because it just happened with Ernesto and it was only me because I did it too quickly because they forgot to put it in the game or whatever happened. It didn't trigger the correct reward, right? In this case, lessons are not working. It is fundamentally broken. A bunch of things are fundamentally broken. If that happens, you go to any of these FAQ pages. Doesn't matter which one. Doesn't matter. Just you have to go to an FAQ page. When you are on an FAQ page, you can read the FAQ if it's applicable. If it's not applicable, you just go down to the bottom. There's a Contact Us button. This is the button you have to push, and this is the button that will bring you to the proper form to fill out for your game bug that is happening. You can read the before contacting us about the emails and all that sort of stuff. You know, they don't provide support by phone. You have to fill out the form. It's only in English because this is the English site. If you are having issues with the Japanese app, you have to go to the Japanese site and do the same thing, but in Japanese. You have to make sure you have an email address. You have to make sure that you can receive the emails. You know, that sort of thing. So it may take some time for them to reply, and then they will not, again, this is the big important thing, they will not respond to you if you have a game-breaking bug and you hit the opinions and request button. If you use that form, it will just be for opinions and requests about the game. You have to come to this, like these specific, you have to hit the Contact Us button to get the proper form for them to do this. They do also have one in the app, but I could show you all where that is as well. But you're going to come here, you're going to put your email in, you're going to put your player ID, which is separate from your player name. You're going to put all that in here. You're going to put your device information in here so that they know what kind of device you're working with, because that can affect how the app is. If you're on Android versus, you know, Apple, whatever it's called, iOS, that can also affect things. And then you're going to, you know, put in the version of the game and then all the problems you're having. You can attach files. The file maximum is 5 megabytes, I believe. It was giving me all sorts of conniptions today. When I was trying to upload a screen recording, I had to get the screen recording down to 3 megabytes, and then it went up. This, I don't know if it's for all devices. Oh, yeah. If you're on Apple and you're having that problem, it's the same thing on Android. I have an Android. everybody unilaterally today. The game just doesn't function. And then when you are done, you will hit confirm at the bottom. This will give you the form that you filled out, and it will ask you to reread it and then submit it. Then you hit the submit button, then you go, and then it will submit it to them. You will be given a white box, which is also wild. You will be given a white box, but you then have to highlight to get the information to get your order, your ticket number, basically. And then it will be in, and then you will have to wait for them to respond to you because you will not receive an automated email, which is also kind of weird to me. But that is how it goes. If you are in the game, if you are in Twisted Wonderland and you have the problem, right? If you are in game, which if you do this, it will autofill some of the information for you, which is nicer, but then you also have to attach the oops, that's the wrong button. You have to attach the screenshots and stuff from your phone, which can be a little bit of a hassle. You will go to the help in the main menu. You hit the feather and wrench. You hit feather wrench over here, and then you go to help. Then you are going to, let me move myself, hold on. Then you are going to scroll all the way down to the support tab at the bottom. You're gonna hit this, you can hit this little download icon, this will copy your player ID, and then you're gonna hit FAQ/contact form. This is going to bring you to the FAQ contact form. It's gonna look really weird. You're gonna get to the FAQ page. It looks way better if you do this on, if you do this, it looks way better in the UI guide. But essentially, this is the same exact top page. It's just made for here. You have the same opinions and request button. You cannot hit this button yet again. You have to go to one of these FAQ pages and then scroll down in the FAQ and then hit the contact us button, and then it will bring you to that form on your phone. That is how you will get here. That is how that works. That is how you do it from your phone specifically. So that is that. That is how that goes. I'm gonna have to just really quickly Control Z a little bit to get this back where it's supposed to go. So that is how that happens. That is how you do all of those things. So that is how you put in a support ticket if the game is fundamentally broken in some way. That is how you get help from the support team. And you are supposed to only put in one ticket per issue. You don't if you're having an issue and they haven't gotten back to you yet, you don't spam them. I think what you could do is you could probably email support and then give them your ticket number, right? Like the confirmation number, and be like, hey, what's the status on this or whatever. You might be able to do that. I haven't had to do that, but I've also only ever had to contact them once, and that was for Ernesto, and they got back to me relatively quickly. Unfortunately, given the large scale of this particular thing, I have a feeling they're likely not going to get back to anyone individually. I think they are going to get back to everyone as a whole, but I don't think that they are going to do that in a way that makes a lot of sense given how they are seeming to handle this particular issue. So, that is how you would do it. That is how it is a little complicated. It is very annoying. It's not that hard in other games, I feel like. And the fact that you have to like find the button is just so unintuitive. But regardless. Server's still on fire. Fanfic time. Fanfic. This is Dear You by our very own Lilia. Relatively short first chapter, but it's letters to you. We are here to read a few more fanfics now that we are all very informed on how to do things in the game. All right. Dear You. It has been days since you first found your way home. I know that we can see each other nearly every day with the help of that mirror proudly made for you, but I admit I still miss you and your presence. It's so strange to pass by Ramshackle Dorm on my nightly constitutionals. To stroll by and see no sign of your presence admittedly fills me with a deep sense of sadness. Ever since my overblot? I put book 7, right? Okay. Okay, cool. Styx has been requiring me to see a therapist. Yeah, no, that makes sense. To ensure my well-being every 14 days. I think I scared the therapist at first. I seem to scare a lot of humans, so it's nothing new to me. It was odd attending therapy at first. I've seldom had such chances before to talk about myself, as in talk about my emotions and the like to someone. The whole process still seems very foreign to me, although I can't say I dislike it. Something about expressing my emotions makes me feel lighter, in a sense. It's difficult to articulate in words, even if they're words that you'll probably never see. I'm just glad we still talk, even if it's not as often as I'd like. I have a soft spot for you in my heart that I don't think I'll ever replace. The others seem to miss you as well, especially Grim. Grim is always so happy to talk with you, but sometimes I catch him near Ramshackle Dorm wandering around. Speaking of Grim, I hear that the Shroud brothers keep him in their custody now. Yedia enjoys spoiling him and brings him around campus so he can continue his studies and become a proper mage. When you left, there was a lot of commotion between who would be able to keep Grim. We had to have a house warden meeting to discuss it. Yeah, no, that would make sense. Yeah. Since I was already there to say goodbye to you along with everyone else, I was actually involved in the meeting. It felt nice to be included. There was a lot of back and forth. Kaleem wanted to take him. Riddle and Ace and Deuce should take him. But when we decided that Yedia would be the most equipped to house him, he seemed very excited to receive him, although Grim looked quite melancholy throughout the process. I believe he was hit particularly hard when you left. I can't speak for others, but I believe they also felt this heaviness with your departure. You've only been with us a year, yet your presence has left a void in us. I can't wait to talk to you again. My therapist recommended I write these letters to process how I feel about your absence. I fail to see how it'll be helpful, but I do not see the harm in trying. So I shall continue to keep writing to you, since writing this has given me a little comfort. I hope things are well in your world. I shall need to ask next time we talk. Knight's blessings, child of man. Forever yours, Sunotaro, also known as Malleus Draconia. Aw, it's very cute. It's very short. It's very short compared to what else we've done. But thank you. It's very cute. It's very cute. It's very nice. I have a feeling that it'll get angstier. There are more chapters. There are 9 letters, 9 chapters. You know what more? I mean, we could probably do another one because it's so short. Do we want more? Do we want a part 2? Not a Q&A. Oh, I could start a Q&A. Guys, I could start a Q&A. I think I've always had this ability, but I don't think I've ever hit the button before, so it never really existed to me. Oh, I could do a Q&A. I don't even know what that means, really. Oh, I'm gonna die now. Do we want more? Do we want more? We could do letter 2, and then but then I think, and again, compared to like the rest of the fanfics, I feel like it's only fair that we do 2 technically. Yeah. Oh my gosh, the day I learned I could do polls. I was so excited. I was so excited. Oh man. Oh, I think I was going poll crazy that stream too. I was like every little decision. I was like, I'm gonna do a poll. Here's the poll, guys. Hello. Welcome in. We might be doing another round of this one. One is the norm. 2 if the audience demands. I see. But that's the max. Yeah. 2 I think is the max, just as a rule. Because some of them are short. Like this one is short, so we could do a bunch. But like some of the other ones are not short, and I don't know, man. I'm trying to keep things equitable. I'm trying. I'm trying. My. Oh my goodness. Yes, letting the wheel decide for you is a fantastic time. It's fantastic until it lands on something that you don't want to do, and then you're like, what about a 2 out of 3? What about a 3 out of 5? What Alright, so 89% of you want to do one more, so we'll do one more. We'll do one more. We'll do another one. We'll do one more chapter. Oh, the next chapter's a little longer. Oh, we got 3 paragraphs this time. We'll do one more chapter, and then we will continue onwards into the fray of other fanfics and other things. If I can... OBS? There we are. Alrighty. Dear you, the passage of time has always been something I struggle with. Naturally, as a draconic fae, I do not perceive or experience time the same way that humans do. Days feel like hours, months feel like days. The passage of time doesn't affect much to someone who would live a long life such as myself. To me, it still feels like you just left. Lilia tells me that it's natural to feel this way when you lose someone in a significant way. That it is okay to not be okay. The therapist that Styx assigned to me has also said something similar. I think it's taken me a while to really get hit with the feeling that I won't be able to have you in person again. I won't be able to talk to you in person. I knew that would be the case, but I'm not sure why it still seems to affect me, especially when you can talk to us at any time. I do like being able to speak to you. You look happy being back home. However, it doesn't feel quite the same as when we would talk, while you resided in Ramshackle Dorm. I miss it. Everyone has been slowly getting into their new routine of not having you around. They're all slowly getting back to normal, albeit slowly. Last I wrote you, I wrote about how Grimm was seemingly hit the hardest with your departure. He is still the slowest to recover, although Shroud is doing his best to cuddle him. Sometimes I hear the littler Shroud telling him that he can't feed him all the time. It's certainly interesting to witness. Shroud to be so doting to an animal. I wasn't aware that he had that type of nature about him. Besides Grimm, Ace Trapola and Deuce Spade seem to have also taken your absence very deeply. From what Rosehearts has told me, they've both been less lively. The others tried to cheer them up, but it seems to be in vain for a while. Admittedly, Trapola looked the most upset. I remember a lot of people cried when you left, including myself, as much as I loathe to admit that. Now it seems like they are both slowly recovering. Crowley said that school counselors would be available to people if they needed to talk about your loss. I think I've seen quite a fair amount of people entering their offices. Even people I didn't think would care that much about you, like King Scholar. Aw, Leona! Aw, Leona! Oh, he really does care. As things slowly return to normal, though, they're returning to their normal selves. Although the process is slow, Lilia tells me that time will help mend all our wounds, and I hope he is correct. I hope to feel better as time passes. Though, admittedly, I wonder how the future will play out now that you are no longer residing in Twisted Wonderland. Part of me wonders if our communications with you will soon fade as the people who knew you graduate and move on from this institution. Perhaps I shouldn't write about things like that, for fear that they will only make my mood sour. I don't want this letter to end on such a dour note. I've taken up the habit of drawing, although admittedly I'm not so skilled in it yet. At night I often travel to the school to visit my favorite gargoyles and sketch them with charcoal in this leather-bound sketchbook Lilia procured for me many moons ago. I know my sketches are very mediocre, but when I show them to my fellow students at Diasomnia, they praise it very highly. Especially Sebek. Of course, it would be Sebek. Of course. Why would Sebek not? It's Sebek. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? He's just as loud as always. I'm glad that your absence hasn't affected him in that regard. Perhaps I will attach one of these sketches to this letter. I should probably get going, as I believe I have a test in the morning. I'll need to check my calendar. I hope all is well in your world. I can't wait to speak with you again. Forever yours, Sunotaro, also known as Malleus Draconia. Aww! I feel like it's just gonna keep getting sad. I feel like he's gonna be going through all the stages of grief in these letters, and it's just gonna end up being sad. But it is fun, and it's a very interesting thought experiment because for all intents and purposes, you in the game really wants to go home. You in the mangas really wants to go home. So it makes sense that it would eventually happen, you know, story-wise, as long as it can happen, right? So it's very good. It's very good. I like this. I like this a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for submitting. It's very nice. Very nice. My. All right, let's see. Okay, there we go. We have one additional addition to the wheel. That was redundant, but that's okay. That was a little redundant of a statement. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. We're all good. It's great. Everything. We're here. It's a day. It really has been a day, to be fair. To be fair, Twisted Wonderland's broken. It's a Friday. You know, it's been a day. It's really been a day. And that, you know, that's how it goes. That's how it's go. They're all gonna heal and be okay. Yeah, I mean, eventually that's just what happens, right? That eventually is just how it goes. So, yeah, but yeah. All right, let's see what our next one is going to be on our lovely wheel. What are we gonna do? Where are we gonna go? Who are we gonna see? What are we gonna show? Oh. Diligent Care. Silver, I assume the Insomnia family is happening in this one. Let me double check and make sure that this is one that is actually, oh, it's on Tumblr. I see. Aha. Okay. Let's oh, okay. It's enough word count. Will it let me read it all? Because I don't have a Tumblr. Yeah, well, okay. Good. That's the one thing with the Tumblr ones is I need to make sure that it'll actually let me read it. Because Tumblr can be silly like that. Oh, okay. Thank you, phone. I love that when I put it on Do Not Disturb, it continues to give me notifications. Like, I put you on Do Not Disturb for a reason, man. For a reason. Yeah, no, it being broken is not making us lose accounts. It's the uninstalling and reinstalling that people have been trying to do for troubleshooting that can possibly, in certain cases, cause your account to desync from your device. It's not the lesson issue. The lesson issue isn't causing that, and neither is the store. Like, the issues that are happening with the app aren't causing the accounts to get deleted. No one's losing accounts to that. It's a separate thing. Here we go. Here it is. Here's the Tumblr. This is, I believe, it's a Insomnia family. It was a piece that was written for a Zine. So I'm just assuming that it's just Insomnia family vibes. I assume. I think I did. Insomnia family vibes. Is there book 7 content in it? I can't remember, but it looks like some of you have read this. Is there book 7 or is it just Insomnia family shenanigans? No book 7? Okay, all right, perfect. So it's just shenanigans. Fantastic. We love to see it. We'd love to see it. I should probably get rid of the comma. There we go. Perfect. Ah, yes. Okay, yes. the spread. Okay, I see you are in fact the one that recommended this. Ah, so you do know because you have read it. Who would have ever thunk? Who would have ever thunk? All right. Sorry. I'm trying to clean up my little spreadsheet so that it makes sense for me later so that I can see the things that are happening. All right, perfect. Okay, we have Insomnia family vibes. It's just gonna be wholesome Insomnia vibes, and it's I assume silver centric because it's silver. So, and also silver is here. And I would just have to assume that that means that it's going to be silver-centric. So, anyway. Silver sighed softly as he looked at the ingredients arrayed across the countertop in front of him. All parts of the stew he had made for Malleus, Sebek, and Lilia. But the fairy flu was no laughing matter. It could put even strong fae like Malleus himself down and therefore was to be taken seriously. Oh, I see. Okay, so they're sick. Oh, so this is that trope. Oh, they're just having a good old time. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Just like the normal flu, the fairy flu involved the entire laundry list of flu-like symptoms. Fever, chills, muscle aches, congestion, coughing, fatigue, and sore throat. However, beyond those symptoms, the disease could vary wildly from fae to fae, and, if it wasn't properly handled, could range from a frustrating but relatively mild ailment all the way to potentially fatal, especially for older fae. It was true that the disease wasn't quite as bad for Sebek, since he was only half fae and young at that, but even he was cooped up in bed, snoring away to the beat the band despite it being weekday. And none of them needed to miss any more classes. Silver himself had requested the day off to take care of them. It was true that he could have asked his classmates or dorm mates for help, but there was Malleus to consider as well. The Draconic Fae always became more moody when he got this sick, and Dragonfire was a very real risk with the way he'd been coughing the past few days. And so Silver was left eyeing the stew ingredients all on his own and hoping he wouldn't fall asleep partway through taking care of his newfound patients. All in all, the steps he had to take were relatively simple, though. Make the stew without Lilia getting up and slipping extra nutritious ingredients in. Get all of them to eat a bowl of the stew, and then make sure each one took a single pill of medicine he'd already bought, no matter how nasty it might be. My, it looks like you're making a certain kind of stew. Silver looked up in time to see Lilia's wide, pink eyes narrowing in amusement from where he stood in the doorway. A blanket draped over his shoulder like it was a regal cape as he sniffled slightly. Silver felt himself frown slightly at the sight of the shorter man as he stepped around the countertop, his tone immediately scolding. Father, you should be resting. Lilia flapped a hand as if waving away Silver's concern as he walked into the kitchen with his makeshift cape clutched around his shoulders. Nonsense, I'm perfectly. He cut off sharply in a coughing fit that had Silver frowning sympathetically, before he shook his head as Lilia trailed off. I suppose you may be right after all, Lilia gave a rueful smile, shaking his head slightly before he continued. I'll go and check on Malleus, but then I'll be right back to bed like a good little patient. He'd barely finished before Silver was shaking his head in disagreement. Lilia's eyebrows arched slightly as the pale-haired young man crossed his arms. No, I can handle everything. You should go and get some rest. Lilia let out a chuckle before nodding, surrendering with a surprising degree of ease that perfectly evidenced just how poorly he was feeling. All right then, I'll leave it up to my reliable, not rebellious, that is not even the same word, reliable son, just be sure to call if you need help. He left with only a slight sniffle after floating over and ruffling Silver's hair fondly, though it wasn't long before Silver could hear the rough coughs echoing out from behind the short fae. Silver turned back to the ingredients, resolved in his plan even despite his concerns. Making the stew wouldn't be all that difficult, though, and as so long as he used the pressure cooker like he'd learned during the culinary crucible, falling asleep wouldn't be as major of an issue. And, just as Silver had solemnly predicted, he ended up finding himself waking up with bleary eyes as the timer's buzzing rang out incessantly to let him know that the stew was done. He could only hope it hadn't been going off for very long, though the respectable amount of liquid in the pot and lack of complaining about the racket from the buzzer was promising. He felt himself smile slightly, thankful yet again for the culinary crucible's lessons as he started filling bowls and getting trays ready with water, a bowl of soup, and one pill each. And it wasn't even excessively late for supper. All that remained now was to deliver each tray to the two sick fae and sick half fae, respectively. Silver started with Sebek, who had the largest bowl to match his incredible appetite that hardly seemed to have waned despite his cold. He nudged the door open nonchalantly as he called out, "Sebek?" Silver felt himself pause, his eyebrows arching in slight surprise at the sight that greeted him. But it was quite a sight to see the usually put-together freshman sprawled out in bed like a whirlwind had attacked the sheets. Through his snoring wasn't really anything new. Silver wasted very little time in shaking his sparring partner awake, though before he calmly instructed him to eat all his stew and take his medicine. But in reality, Silver wasn't actually that concerned about Sebek doing what he needed to do. All told, Sebek was probably the easiest patient of the trio, considering he was highly likely to just sleep off the sickness with only minimal assistance. Rather, Silver's next patient, Malleus, was more apt to be the problematic one. The draconic Fae's eyes lit up the moment Silver stepped into the room, tray in hand, and a faint smile began to cross Malleus's face. "Silver, you made stew..." Malleus's words cut off sharply as his eyes narrowed at the sight of the innocent-looking pill on the tray that Silver now sat in front of him. "Malleus, take your vitamins!" "Malleus?" "Malleus! Mal, come on now." He crossed his arms, looking uniquely superior as his eyes flicked up to meet Silver's. "I'm not taking that." Gone was the happiness in his tone, and Silver was hardly surprised. So far as he knew, Malleus had always hated taking his medicine. "You must if you want to recover." Silver's placid words were an echo of what he'd heard Lilia tell Malleus and himself numerous times in the past. True to both form and Silver's memory, Malleus's expression somehow managed to sour even further. "It's vile." Silver shook his head, mildly sympathetic but wholly unmoved. "It's necessary." Malleus's frown deepened, becoming more and more petulant until Silver let out a sigh. "I'll come back later for the tray, but if you haven't taken the medicine by then, I'll have to stay with you until you do." Malleus turned away, frowning out the window with an almost impressive level of sulkiness. "You sound like Lilia." "How are the others?" Silver shifted, blinking tiredness out of his eyes as best he could. "Reasonably well. Sebek has already taken his medicine, but I still need to deliver Father's." Silver didn't miss the side eye Malleus gave him at the mention of Sebek taking his medicine like a responsible patient, but then Malleus waved his hand, soundly dismissing Silver in a perfectly pouty manner. "Then go and take care of Lilia. I am fine here." Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy." Silver felt his eyebrows arch slightly, and he barely hesitated before pressing onwards. Usually, it never fell to him to scold Malleus about taking his medicine, but this wasn't the usual situation, and even if it might be slightly disrespectful, Silver would rather receive a punishment than see Malleus's cold get worse. "And you'll take your medicine while I'm gone." Despite the phrasing, Silver wasn't asking, and his words seemed to hang in the air as Malleus tensed before slowly twisting to look at him, his bright eyes narrowing till they were just a sliver of of that almost acidic shade of green. Silver crossed his arms, though, holding Malleus's stare before the draconic Fae let out a huff, apparently deciding he tested the young man enough as he twisted away with perfectly sullen expression. "You need not worry about my health, and will do what I must. Now go." There was a sharpness to his tone as he finished, with the words almost being snapped out. But a relieved sigh slipped out of Silver as he realized that, for once, he'd won this bout. If Malleus had dug his heels in, there would have been nothing for it, especially since Silver had seen the literal storms the prince could raise when forced to take such medicine. A part of him was still wary about trusting Malleus to take the pill without dispatching it via magic or some other convenient means, but he decided to trust in him just like he always had with everything else. After all, Silver still had one last patient to see. The middle ground one. Less petulant than Malleus, but more apt to get up and wander around than Sebek, as we have already seen because Lilia was in the kitchen. Oh, Lilia. Also, hello, welcome back. My. Lilia greeted Silver with a smile as he walked in, patting the edge of the bed indicatively. You finish with Malleus pretty quickly enough. The stew smells wonderful. A smile flickered across Silver's face as he sat down. Excuse me, I just got hit with a yawn out of nowhere. Oh no, the silver fic is infecting me with the silver sleepies. Oh no. A smile flickered across Silver's face as he sat down, placing the tray in front of his father and dutifully reciting the instructions yet again. Make sure to eat all of it and take your medicine with a glass of water afterwards. Lilia nodded, amusement sparkling in his eyes. Yes, I'll be a good little patient and your diligent care will pay off, so you go ahead and rest now. Silver frowned, shaking his head slightly. Father, there's no use in exhausting yourself. You may be immune to the fairy flu, but no good can come of compromising your own health just to take care of all of us. Though, if you do, I'll just nurse you back to health just like always. Lilia interrupted easily, his tone softening from scolding to something more fond as he continued until Silver nodded, a small smile of his own flickering across his face. Thank you, Father. Lilia smiled, nodding his head easily. And thank you, my wonderful little son. And that's it! That's the end! Oh my gosh, it was so cute! Look at that. Just a little sick fic. Just taking care of people when they're sick. It's a good time. It's a good time. Silver being best boy. Being best son of the year. What a good time. What a good time. Thank you so much for recommending this fic. Thank you. It was very cute. It was very cute. Very, very cute. Very cute. I'm gonna say cute another couple times. I hope y'all are okay with that. All right. Let's see about another one. I think the mirror chamber music is making me sleepy. It's very calming and it's great for this sort of thing, but like I think it is making me a little sleepy. Oh, we are getting cursed. This may be another one that might be too long. I feel like we've landed on this one before and I've not done it, and I don't remember exactly why. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not too long. Oh, it's only oh, it's a Scully one. Oh, okay. It's not too long. I feel like we were on it before at some other point in time, but I don't think we did, because clearly it is on the list and it was not highlighted in the I have read this already in the spreadsheet. So I suppose it's time. It's a Scully one. It's cute. Yeah, we were one off from the Aquarium one. We were very close to Aquarium date. But now we get Scully. I think it is your fic rec. You recommended a whole bunch of like Scully ghost ones. So this one's not Angst Scully. Oh, that's right. There was the Angst Scully one that I refused to read that one time, and I think I got that confused with this one. Yeah, that was the fall. Not the curse, the fall. This one this one's a fun one. This one's a very fun one, guys. All right, so we have cursed. We have cursed. This one is a Scully fic, but Scully's a ghost. Scully ghost shenanigans. It's very fun. It's a good time. Ghost shenanigans. I don't think that there's no romance. No romance. No romance. Just vibes. Just ghost vibes. Just ghost vibes. How about that? There we go. Alrighty. The tags we have for this though are Divas, Corel, and you, the player, as a platonic. Scully and you as platonic, Ace and Deuce and you platonic, Divas and Sam platonic, no romantic relationships, no romance here. We have Corel, you, Scully, Ace, Deuce, Sam. We have Ghost Scully, it's Meruko Ghost Rules, don't look at it and it will leave you alone. The rules are not working. Humor, one-shot, ambiguous open ending, platonic, no romance, no magic you means no magic healing you, and some plot. So, the summary for this one is What's a teacher to do when his magicless, accident-prone student is haunted by an ancient ghost? Banish it, of course. Now, if only others would cooperate. It's a very Scully-centric fic. Very, very Scully-centric, I believe. It's mainly about the prefect and Scully, if I remember correctly. Because it's more about Scully haunting the prefect than it is anything else. But it's a fun time. It's a very fun time. And with a sip of tea, we are ready to go. You is a problem student. Not a problem maker, mind you. They're not a whelp that causes incidents and chaos on a whim. If anything, they're the opposite, staying far away from whatever danger they can't quell. What you is, though, is troublesome. Their lack of magic and propensity for getting into messes making for a combination that is simply terrible for his blood pressure. Horrible luck isn't the only thing that follows them either. I'm also pretty sure that this is written in Cruel's perspective. So there is that. You is a problem student because they are as much a hearth for misbehaving mongrels as they are a magnet for misfortune. Perhaps they have become the latter because of the former. For all they lack magic, for all they've endured, they have a warmth to them. A patience and earnesty that charms and draws in a matter of months. And while you is a well-behaved and well-trained pup, the companions they gathered are less so. And you only really stays away until their bleeding hearts drag them into trouble to bleed some more. It is natural for someone to keep an eye on volatile substances when there's a fire. It is natural, too, for a teacher's eyes to linger upon a student when he expects another cut, another scrape, another accident, should he ever look harder. That he does not have to look very hard to find these things to begin with makes Cruel wonder, sometimes, if he ought to dye his whole head white to get it over with. Because surely it was going to be the death of him one of these days if they don't perish first. No matter how he's tried to mind them, though, or tried not to mind, beyond what is expected for a teacher in his homeroom class for his own sanity, he did not imagine they could end up taking in a beast like this. This spirit is old. It is old and powerful in a way only time can bring about, and it clings to the ramshackle prefect in a manner that even their closest companions do not. Its embrace is more akin to Yu's affections for Grim than the rest of their friends, its arms around them, the lost pup as it rests its head upon their own. And when it catches him staring, it tilts his head, seeming to nuzzle its cheek into its victim's hair, before it turns its eyes downward at them, to you as it smiles. None of their companions react to it. None of class does either. He doesn't understand how he could possibly have been blind to such a spirit for so long, but Cruel tries to follow suit. He minds the lectures and his magic and where he looks. A passing shade should lose interest soon enough, if unheeded and unfed, and it's not the season for any ghosts, but the college's staff to be able to roam so freely, so it should lose its hold too, if unfed. But then Yu's head dips, and has a sharp word at the tip of his tongue to wake them when they look at him. Their eyes are wrong, an amber shade they've never been before, and he wonders just how long the spirit's been around, if it could disappear into them so easily. You, he calls. Yes, Professor, it answers with Yu's voice, in their cadence and with their posture, but not their eyes. And he'll wonder, later, if the cracking sound he heard was of his pointer's handle creaking in his hold, or his own bones. He blinks, or perhaps they blink, and the alien hue is gone from their irises as they look at him attentively, if a bit bashfully from nodding off so soon at the start of class. At his silent stare, at the lack of a command, they rise and walk until they stand at the back of the room, notebook in hand, as they've done the other times drowsiness struck them during class. Snickers are silenced by the snap of his pointer against the desk, and he continues the lesson. The spirits trail behind them to the corner of wakeful shame. You know what? I kind of like that there's a corner. Like if you fall asleep in class, you gotta go sit in the corner and think about what you've done and think about your life choices that led you to be so tired that you had to sleep in class. I don't know why, but I just think that's so funny. Thankfully, separate but still much too close, he cannot stare, cannot linger, lest it feed on a magician's attention. But as he begins the next chapter, there's a shift. Pharrell finds the ghost holding the prefect up, holding them against itself. One hand presses against their own to keep the notebook raised. The other props their chin up. You? The pup startles awake, pen falling. They bend down to take the fallen stationery, peeling themselves from the ghost's hold, and in the second the specter stands there, bereft of its host, it turns that impudent gaze upon him. A word after class? Few blinks and bows their head as their face burns, and they stay awake for the rest of the lesson. Students snicker from one of their own managing to fall asleep on their feet, but he silences that with a glare. The ghost continues to stand beside you, but whether they can hear whatever it whispers when it dips its head, or if they can feel the claws it curls around their shoulders, he simply cannot tell. How long? The Hartsables stare at him. Then they glance at each other in a manner he knows is not of confusion, but collusion. Yeah, I guess if you were around Ace and Deuce for long enough as a professor, you would probably figure out when they're doing that. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. How long what, Professor? Tripoli asks, raising a brow. He rises from the desk to stare the mutt down, teeth bared, voice low. Don't play games with me, whelp. Spade, ever the diligent student, despite his struggles with the class's material, flinches. The good boy gulps when he meets his eyes, but does not crack. I'm sorry, Professor. I'm not sure what you're talking about. He brandishes his pointer and both lean back. Clearly, he snaps, neither of you are blind. So how long has that thing been around your friend? You can see it? Spade asks, then looks torn between hitting back and covering his mouth when his doormate elbows him with a glare. Aw, dude. Whatever masquerade you've been playing at, it has failed. If either of you have any regard for your friend at all, you'll... It's helping. What? It's helping. Tripoli turns his cherry eyes and all the poison in that stony stare to him. Whatever it is, whoever it is, if it's that stupid painting they like or something else, it's helping. His eyes narrow. It is haunting your friend. Professor, you noticed, right? Nothing's blown up in Yu's face in a while. They're not visiting the nurse's office as much. Nobody's picking on them either now, Spade adds, despite a hunch in his frame showing his hesitance to talk back to a teacher. Corel scoffed. Certainly you pups aren't so dense. With all you puppies hounding them, of course unruly whelps wouldn't. No, it's different, Spade insists. No one's trying to get them anymore. Not even just to mess around and run off even when Yu's head's off on their own. I have no idea how many people can see it, but Ace is right. It's helping. It's scaring off whoever's dumb enough to even try messing with them. And it's not harassing you two? Well, Spade says, we help you too, so... Great! Corel rubbed his temples, trying to stave off his headache. Great, lovely, it's lucid. Yeah, no, being in Corel's position and being like, oh yeah, there's this ancient spirit, this entity attached to a student that literally cannot get rid of it if they even wanted to try. And not only is it ancient and there, but it's also cognizant, it's intelligent, it can do things. And their friends are indulging it. Like, what do you do in this situation? It's one you whelps over, and you doesn't even know they're being haunted. And they clearly don't, from what he gathered by questioning them before he sent them out to talk to their childish companions. He turns to the boys, and Trapolo returns his glare while Spade straightens his back. Your idiot edit soon? What is it in Discord? I can do it after stream if it's a video type thing. I can't do it while I'm streaming because I don't have my audio set up properly to like look at things in YouTube Shorts. Yeah, if you posted it in the Discord, I'll check it out after stream. Whatchamacallit? Where was I? They clearly don't. From what? Okay, right. Spade straightens his back. You pups are dismissed. He has more important things to deal with. Heading to Sam's for one, or perhaps talking to Crowley. The mage had mentioned something of a painting last Halloween. How you volunteered to tend to it. Are you gonna get rid of him, Professor? Spade's worried gaze is more irksome than Trapola's stubborn one. That's none of your concern. Head to your next class, both of you. It's not hurting them, Trapola repeats firmly, a broken record. It is a suited specter stalking a magicless student, surely many years its junior. Do you elves know nothing of ghost marriage? No! Oh, the leaps of logic. The leaps of logic we are taking here. What about the ghost being around them has at all, Corel, led to this train of thought? The ghost marriage thing was wild. What are you talking about? What? Their faces of determination and uncertainty become contaminated with confusion. There's hope for them yet. So you don't rectify that ignorant... Oh, wait, hold on. Never... Whoops, I jumped a line, I think. Nope, I didn't. Never mind. We're good. So you don't rectify that ignorance, won't you? For you's sake, if not your own. Now, out! He walks to the door, and drags them along by his pointer directed... The ghost marriage really threw me off, guys. Not gonna lie. I forgot that was where he went. My. The link for what on Discord? The link for the stream or for the what? I think the idiot edit is not in the Discord because I think the individual doesn't have a Discord account, right? You don't have a Discord? Oh, this fic? Oh, this fic. Oh, it's you gotta go for the fic. You have to go all the way to like the top of the fic reading stream. You gotta stroll. So you gotta scroll all the way up to the beginning of that thread. It's somewhere in the beginning. It's up there. It's up there. Oh, there's so many of you who have created introductions. Hold on. Let me get you guys fledgling access real quick. Let me. We have new fledglings in the Discord. Hear ye, huzzah, huzzah. We have new fledglings. Welcome. My. So many of you. So many of you followed the directions and read the rules and did the things. How exciting. My. Welcome, everyone. You probably have been waiting for a while. I'm so sorry. Anyway, you're here now. My. All right. Anyway, yeah, it's yeah, if you could resend it, that'd be great. It's very fun. I think this particular author has a bunch of Scully fics that are like this. I think this is like a series that they did. So anyway, ghost marriage. We were at ghost marriage. We were somewhere. Where were we? We walks out the door, right? Directed. Okay, he walks out to the door and drags them along by his pointer. Directed magic, tugging the backs of their jackets. You startles on the other side as he hefts the Heartsnipples into the hall. Are you guys all right? You ask softly. The question not nearly as hushed as they may have meant it to be. They have certain topics they need to brush up on, he replies. And as for you stiffens, and so does Grim in their arms. They're attentive now, even if they couldn't be during class. Eyes bright as the jewels their friends have hung on them. A necklace to speak and earrings to hear, as though them being stranded here weren't bad enough. Corel sighs. Take better care of yourself, won't you? He catches them frowning as he turns, sees them hold Grim away from their body as though to inspect their uniform. Their ghost gloves its hands. It's the glove ghost glove. Their ghost gloves its hand with one of theirs holding Grim. It lets out a laugh, and of course it's strong enough to be audible. You're fretting over nothing, you. You look impeccable. Corel tries not to slam the door. He tries not to stomp as he heads to the table, lest it hear. His phone and its case certainly do not creak within his grip. No. He breathes in and out and composes himself as he scrolls through the contacts, seeking a certain shopkeep that could help his unfortunate student. Sam would not help his unfortunate student. Sam, the man with a plan. What do you mean you're out of stock? Oh my gosh, if only Crowley was here. If only, yeah, no, my computer does the ding ding all the time. It does the ding ding randomly, it's fine. Nothing important was disconnected. It was just telling me that one of the things I haven't logged into in forever is not logged into. It's like, yeah, Ice. I know. I haven't logged into it into like a year. You don't need to keep reminding me. But yeah, the world is ending. It truly is. Sam is out of stock. Sound the alarm, light the torches, ring the bells. Sam is out of stock. What do you mean you're out of stock? Sam shrugs, or perhaps the motion is merely from him tossing one of his wares from one hand to another as he rearranges a display. Let me rephrase that for you, D. I've got no stock of that for you for this. You understand what's at stake, don't you? Well, from what I'm hearing, and from my friends telling me, sounds like you's got another guard dog. You don't seem to mind all the other ones. Their fellow freshmen are one thing. Being haunted by a centuries-old specter is another entirely. He's been a pretty good neighbor so far, or so the ones around here say. Corel stares at the shopkeeper, leisurely lining up juice bottles. You knew? It isn't a question. Sam doesn't treat it like one. You know I keep to myself, D. Besides, it's not exactly something I could intrude on. Am I the last person to learn about what happens to my own students? The head mage probably doesn't. That doesn't count and you know it! The shade to Crowley. Sam chuckles, still far too relaxed about this. I would like your jeweler's number. If Sam won't give him a circle of severance to banish the beast, making itself home in you, he'd get it himself. Sam hums. That's bad business, giving away a supplier like that. I'm not running a jewelry store against your shop. Can't you be reasonable and just let me help my student? Fingers drum against the table, steady as a heartbeat. Then Sam turns to him. The shopkeep smiles, violet eyes gleaming. All right, I think Mr. S does have something for you. Thank you, Corel sighs. He follows Sam to the counter, whereupon something tosses up a case in the air that lands squarely in a white-gloved hand. The slender case twirls through Sam's fingers before being offered to him. Corel plucks it, opens the case, then frowns. He thought it rather flat and long to be a ring case, and his suspicions are proven correct. Instead of a ring to banish ghostly spouse-seekers, a pair of glasses lay folded within. This isn't a circle of severance, no. Sam leans over, pointing down. What you got there are ghost glasses. Pretty hard to come by lenses like that these days. Usually they go into ghost cameras, but... Corel snaps the case closed and places it on the counter. How is this supposed to help? It may not help you, but it could help you. What would help you is to know they're being haunted, yeah? Or do you expect them to slip a ring on their suitor blind? I was intending on doing the banishing myself, so if you would kindly, why don't you let you see the spook before you decide to get rid of him? You has enough to deal with without knowing they're haunted by a specter that you are not helping to immediately rid them of. You know how ghosts work. Even if you did get rid of him now, he could just come back. Yes, well, perhaps you will be back in their own world by then. and so that won't be a concern anymore, will it? Sam looks at him with an expression that Corel does not care to parse, and the teacher turns towards the countertop. He pushes the case forward and away. What does it matter to you if you sees what's haunting them? You said you don't want to get involved, yet you clearly haven't, to hold on to these. Yet now you want me to deliver it to them? Sam shrugs. If you want to intrude, it's your call. Least you could do when you do is pretend like you care about you having a say, yeah? What's there for them to have a say about? They're being haunted by a spirit of dubious intentions. If you're so sure about that, then you should have no trouble getting you to help you banish the ghoulie once they see the fella. Sam slides the case back towards him before slipping past the counter to return to his shelves. Corel opens his mouth, but the floor begins to shift beneath Corel's feet as Sam's blasted shadows make tides in the carpet, and he's outside before he knows it, the glasses in hand. He glowers at the unhelpful shopkeeper. Sam doesn't do the dignity of even facing him. Consider it, won't you, Professor? The mystery shop's door shuts before him, and if looks alone could reduce a door to splinters and leave them inconvenient little glass shards and stakes of wood for uncooperative, unreasonable shopkeeper to pick up from the carpet, such a fate certainly would have met Sam's door. Alas, Corel pockets the glasses, if only to return them when Sam will be more agreeable, and sets out once more to obtain a ring that he should have been able to in a simple errand. My. What a fun time. This one is very cute. I like this one a lot as well. I like a lot of the ones that have Scully in them just because they're just so fun. But this particular concept of Scully being this ghost that's just like haunting you and then eventually just kind of gets integrated into the friend group because everyone eventually can see him but no one really knows what to do with him is just so fun to me. It's such a good time. It's such a good time. My. Well, thank you for recommending it. Thank you so much for this lovely fanfic. It's very cute. All right. We should do another one. We might do like one or two more. I don't really know. It's getting a little late. So I think we'll do one more and then we'll see how we feel. Let's do at least one more. At least one. At least one more. Oh, I think I know what this crocodiles don't play chess. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, all right. I think this one's short. Yeah, this one's 600 words. It's great, guys. It's great. Did y'all know the crocodiles don't play chess? Did y'all know the crocodiles don't play chess? It's such a good time, guys. Oh my goodness. All right, so I don't think there's any warnings here unless you don't like chess, in which case that's a thing for you. But essentially, this is Sebek, Leona, and Felina are the characters. Sebek and Leona, platonic. Chess, Leona likes chess. Sebek is bad at chess somehow. Sebek has sharp teeth. Sebek can eat about anything. Sebek ignores his dad's advice. Autistic Sebek, he's so me. Sebek thinks chess pieces look threatening. Chomp, out of character. Again, very out of character. Warning Sebek. Warning chess. Sebek. Chomp, basically, is what this comes down to. It's short, it's sweet, it's a good time. It's a very good time. It was a relatively normal day, as normal as Leona and Sebek having a chess match could be. It all started earlier when Leona's nap was rudely interrupted by a yappy crocodile who accidentally stepped on his tail, and then went on to insult his intelligence, which then led to Leona challenging the crocodile to a match of wits with chess. And we can say Sebek's not winning. In fact, he's losing quite hard. Surprisingly, he's a better opponent than that Octopunk and the Radish Sprout, but he's not as good as them. He may be smart, but he's no match for Leona. So, less to say, Leona was pretty confident in his odds at winning. Really? You want to do that? At this point, Leona was just messing with the kid. But it was kind of fun to watch his face twist and turn while trying to figure out if he really did want to do that. But I mean, anything he would have done would have ended up with him losing that rook. Leona nearly felt bad. Nearly. Bling bling! Are you, gonna get that? Sebek looked away from his pieces and over at Leona. Bling! Bug! Bling! Yes, yes. Sebek looked at Leona annoyed. He didn't like just stopping in the middle of things. I swear if it's Ruggy asking for anything. He grumbled while he went to look at his phone. Ugh. Leona slumped back in his chair. It was stupid for Lena. What did he want now? He'd been pestering him all yesterday about his princely responsibility. I'm just gonna go over there and respond to this, Leona said while rolling his eyes. Why? Sebek asked. It's a text. Why do you need to leave? So I don't flip the table? Ah. Leona started walking away from the table while he grumbled and opened his phone. 8:25, Felina. Leona, pick up. 8:35, Leona, don't ignore me. Now. Leona, can we call later? Leona, we have to talk. Don't ignore me. Leona, answer me at least. You, what? Finally, you should at least tell me if you couldn't talk at the moment. Oh, and how do you expect me to text you if I couldn't at the moment? What kind of logic? You know what I mean. Do I? Okay, Leona, I do not want to do this today. I'm going to call you later, okay? Okay, what do I do with that info? You say okay and pick up when I call. Really? Do I? Leona, I'm in a bad enough of a mood today already. Don't make it worse. Yeah, whatever. Fine. I'm going to let it go this once, okay? Talk to you later. Felina is offline. Leona is offline. Leona gripped tightly around his phone in annoyance before relaxing and putting it back in his pocket. He started walking back to Sebek, who was still looking deeply engrossed in the board. It did make Leona laugh a little. Sebek looked over at Leona as he got closer. He leaned back in his seat and pointed to Leona's seat. Huh, that's weird, Leona thinks. Sebek isn't usually so quiet. It's weird. But the crocodile is probably just nervous that he can't figure out what to do. A few Savannah Claw kids also got quiet when they realized they couldn't win at him against Leona. Leona slumped back against his seat. He closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. He went to move his queen. Leona... His queen? Leona opened his eyes while very confused. He was sure that's where his queen was at. He looked around the board, but there was no black queen. Now that he looks closer at the board, his knight, both his rooks, and tower was gone. He squinted his eyes and opened his mouth slightly, closed it again, opened it again. He looked up at Sebek. Where's my piece? Crunch! I don't know what you're talking about. Well, and there you have it. And there you have Crocodiles Don't Play Chess. Oh man, Sebek was losing, so he just decided to eat the chess pieces. What a guy, what a guy, what a pal, what a buddy. What a fun time. What a great. This is beautiful. I love this. It's short, it's sweet, it's cute, it's fantastic. It's such a good time. You want to chant for the aquarium date? You guys can. We could see if the wheel will be nice. We could see. Who knows? My. But that one was very fun. Thank you so much for submitting it. Oh yeah, the tweet. Yeah, the tweet was scheduled for today. The tweet had to be scheduled. We could just read it, but where's the fun in that? Where's the fun in that if we could spin the wheel? If we could just spin the wheel. We could spin the wheel and have it not land on it, and then it'll be fine. There we have it. We have missing Papa. We have missing Papa. You guys seem to really want the aquarium. You guys seem to really want the aquarium date one. I don't know what this one is about, to be honest. I don't even know where this one is. Also, what is this one? Oh, there it is. Found it. This is wait, okay. All right, hold on. So this is one that you also wrote, Nerdist. Do you being the author of this one get to decide? Do you want me to read your missing Papa fic, or do you want me to read your Aquarium date fic? Because you wrote both of them, right? So which one will it be? I believe this is you, right? Right? I believe you wrote both of them, right? So you get the choice. You get the choice. You want to do the Aquarium one instead? We could do the Aquarium one instead. We can do that one instead. Because this will probably be the last one of the night. I think, maybe, probably. I guess for today. All right, so we'll do the Aquarium one. We'll do the Aquarium one. Well, we'll do it. We'll do it. We are here at the Aquarium date. This one is a Jamil and Azul fic. So it is Jamil Azul. In a romantic relationship. It is fluff, and it is aquariums. So here we go. It's just a nice little time, a nice little fluffy one to you know, basically end the stream on. I think it's so unfortunate that we can't do our lessons in chatting. It's so unfortunate that we can't end the stream with lessons in chatting. It's so weird. It's so weird. But we will end it with love. We will end it with fluff for sure, for sure. Alright, so this is after months of begging, Jamil finally gives Azul a chance. Wanting to indulge his homesickness, Azul takes Jamil to the aquarium. Though he quickly realizes his date may have been prepared for their date by may have prepped for their date by a pair of annoying eels. Uh-oh. Or Azul takes Jamil to meet his people. So let us see what sort of chaos ensues. Let us see what chaos ensues here. Actually, wait, you know what? Wait. We should change the music. Wait, we shouldn't have the mirror. We should have the Octave and L music, right? Because we're at an aquarium. We're at an aquarium. We should have other music. We could have the playful music, actually. Wouldn't that be funny? Just I feel like if there's chaos ensuing, I feel like that kind of makes sense. But I do think that the Octave and L, just like general background music, is probably good for this. Alrighty, here we are. After the months of begging, we are here. Alrighty, Azul had spent weeks, months even, begging Jamil to give him a chance. And finally, it happened. Jamil agreed for a date, on the condition that Azul paid for everything. Azul agreed, provided Jamil didn't extort him for all he was worth. He was on a budget. Jamil agreed, and Azul got all fancy for his date. Jade and Floyd helped. They dressed Azul in a white button-up and blue sweater, the collar poking out, and his sleeves rolled up to his elbows. They gave him tight navy blue dress pants, the waist tucked under the sweater, and the goofiest pair of Argyle lavender socks they could find. Safely hidden behind a pair of loafers. Sure they were. Sure. Jade did his makeup while Floyd brushed through his hair to maintain his natural curls. Jade did a line of light purple eyeshadow right above his lashes, and some light blush. The look worked better with less makeup. Azul, for the record, did not ask for help. He just started getting dressed for his date and the twins took over. But he looked nice, so he allowed it. Azul and the twins waited at the gate for Jamil. Azul worried for a moment if Jamil had changed his mind and wouldn't go on the date, but then he heard Kaleem's cheerful voice and he stopped worrying. Kaleem was walking with Jamil, who looked as beautiful as ever. His silky braids had been tied up in a high ponytail. He wore his normal hoodie, jeans, and sneakers. Clearly, he did not have two eels dressing. Yeah, nah. Yeah, you would think that he might, but nah. His makeup was nice though. Red eyeliner, light maroon eyeshadow and lip gloss that gave his lips a light red tint. Good luck, Jamil, Kaleem cheered. Good luck, Azul, Jade said. Azul side-eyed him. Jamil approached Azul to take his hand, and Azul did so. Jamil pulled him through the gate, and their date officially began. Azul had bought entrance passes to the local aquarium. Jamil couldn't understand why. Of all things, an aquarium. Perhaps he wanted Jamil to meet his people. The two walked through a tunnel to watch the fish swim around. Azul smiled. He felt home again. Except this was almost peaceful. Oh, hello! Welcome in! Welcome in! How's it going? Yeah, we did read your fic at the very beginning of stream. Well, not the very beginning of stream. We spent about 20 minutes talking about all of the twist terrible things that are happening on the twist server. But then we did read your fic towards the beginning. But hello, nice to see you. Nice to see you. You are just in time for our last fic of the evening. It's exciting, no? Exciting, exciting. Where was I? Ah, the tunnel of fish, right. He seemed so lost in homesickness that he tripped, seemingly forgetting that he had legs. Jamil caught him, helping the octopus stand back up. Thank you, Azul said. Watch where you're walking, Jamil warned. I just got lost in the nostalgia of it all, Azul said. His stomach grumbled and Jamil laughed. Sounds like you're just hungry. Azul waved away the thought. Are you enjoying the aquarium? Jamil nodded. Kaleem always made me go to zoos, but they have a limited selection of marine life. I've never seen most of these animals before. A crab scuttled along the seafloor. Well, not alive, Jamil corrected. Azul got a terrible idea. Uh-oh. Have you ever seen a penguin before? A penguin? Oh, I love penguins. They're so cute and adorable. A what? Jamil asked. Azul grabbed Jamil and pulled him along to another area of the aquarium. As he was dragged, Jamil couldn't help but be caught up in wonder of it all. He'd barely seen any aquatic life like this. It felt so close, so nearby, and with Azul next to him, it felt so real. He tried his best not to, but Azul's smile had become infectious. So as he passed sharks and sea turtles, he couldn't help but manage a small smile. Azul eventually stopped him at an exhibit that was mostly open, with not as much water. A few adorable little birds waddled around the land area. They were big, fluffy, black and white, with sharp, pointed beaks. Jamil had never seen anything like that before, at least not in real life. That, Azul said, is a penguin. I love how enthusiastic he is. I don't know if he's enthusiastic or if I'm enthusiastic, because I like penguins a lot. It's adorable, Jamil said, trying to maintain a straight face. A handler from the aquarium started feeding the penguins as Azul told Jamil more about them. As the penguins waddled for food, a fluffy little baby penguin came out of hiding, melting Jamil's scheming little heart. Azul laughed and Jamil quickly regained his composure. What else is there? Jamil asked. There's sharks, Azul said. Sure, Jamil said. He followed Azul to the shark tank, watching fish float about. I always thought sharks were vicious. Azul shook his head. Not to merfolk or humans, unless you attack them first. It's dolphins you gotta be on the lookout for. They show no mercy. That is so true! So true, Azul! So true! Jamil looked over at Azul. Have you fought a shark before? Ha! Azul laughed. Do you think I'm so barbaric as to fight fish unprovoked? Maybe, Jamil laughed. You are the same man who overblotted because he got bested by a lion. And you overblotted because you were bested by an octopus, Azul teased. At least octopus are known to be smart, Jamil smirked. You got beat by a guy held back a year. Ooh, burr. Burr. Oh man, oh man. Azul was taken aback. In true NRC fashion, Jamil had slipped in an underhanded compliment to Azul's intelligence. Or was he calling Azul pathetic? The poor little octopus was having a hard time telling. You want to touch a stingray? Azul asked. They have that. You know what? Good segue. Good segue. Not awkward at all. Not awkward at all. Don't they sting people? Only in self-defense. Azul grabbed Jamil's hand again to take him to the section. This exhibit had a large table-like structure in the center, with rays floating around in the water. Azul gave Jamil some hand sanitizer and instructed him where he could touch. With 2 delicate fingers, Jamil pet the stingray. It seemed happy. Cute, Jamil said, but it was clear he was not enjoying it as much as the penguins. Do they have octopi here? Azul tensed. Why would you want to see an octopus? Well, it would be nice to know more about you, wouldn't it? Jamil smiled. Oh, I wonder if they have anything on merfolk. Azul rushed after Jamil as he wandered towards a staff member. He put on a good front, but Azul could tell every move was purposeful. He knew what he was doing. Floyd must have told him about it. Uh-oh! Oh no, not the eels running interference. Oh no. Oh man. Excuse me, Jamil asked politely. Do you have any attractions for merfolk? Oh, for merfolk. Oh no. Oh my, uh-oh. Azul grabbed Jamil's arm and tried in vain to drag him away from the staff member. Oh, of course we do, the helpfully infuriating staff member said. She pointed to another area. Azul tried desperately to pull Jamil away, maybe back to those penguins, but Azul had lost control of this ship, which was now in the hands of Jamil, and he was steering them towards the pool. The pool in question was similar to the penguin one, only more comfy and casual. A few merfolk, some transformed and some not, lounged around in the water, answering questions from little kids and taking pictures with tourists. At least I would hope that they get paid for that. I would hope that this is like a paid thing. Like the mermaid restaurants where they have the people diving and pretending to be mermaids and they just kind of like chill, you know? I would hope. Jamil turned to his date, a sick smile on his face. What do I have to give you to get into that pool with your little tentacles? Azul crossed his arms. You couldn't get me in there if you gave me the world. How about Jamil placed a hand on Azul's chest, unleashing all his snake-like seduction skills. Sure. I give you my unique magic for 24 hours. Azul got very excited. This was a rare opportunity. He had to do this, but then he'd have to show off his body. He couldn't let Jamil see his greatest shame. It's just a deal. You don't have to take it, Jamil said. But I can't guarantee when a chance like this will present itself again. Fine, Azul relented. He and Jamil discussed the terms, and Jamil, begrudgingly, yet in a way that made him look so beautiful, signed the contract. Now get in the water! Get in the water! Oh, man. Oh, gosh. Or all of Ithaca will die, Azul. You gotta get in the water. I can't. Anytime this comes up. Anytime. Jamil's quite literally turned into Poseidon. Azul hesitantly stepped into the pool. With a look back at Jamil, he submerged himself in the water and reverted to merform. His big, black, squishy tentacles were on full display. The little kids and tourists didn't seem to mind, instead running to the beautiful mermaids with multicolored tails and luxurious flowing hair. No, the only eyes on Azul's merform were Jamil's, and he was very happy. I don't get why you're so upset about this, Jamil said, smiling. Look at you, you're so squishy, Azul asked. I know, I'm gross. Is this enough? Can I get out now? You may be a little squishy, Jamil acknowledged, but I think you look cute. Cute? Azul laughed. You sound like my mother. You should listen to her, Jamil said, putting a hand in the water near Azul's tentacle. Azul's mom and stepdad were very adamant that he was absolutely adorable. But like, that's what all parents say about their kids. How could he know they were right? And Mr. and Mrs. Leach were basically a second set of parents, so the same point counteracted their compliments. And if he wanted positive feedback from a non-biased source, the only people who ever complimented his merform were the twins. And Azul still thought they were trying to eat him. Yeah, you know what? I suppose that, that would be a concern. That would be a valid concern. But hearing Jamil say he was cute helped, just a bit. Jamil placed a hand on one of Azul's tentacles. Azul tried to submerge the rest of his body underwater. "Excuse me," Jamil asked. Azul looked up to see Jamil handing his phone to a passing tourist. Oh no, it's Azul's worst nightmare. Could you take a picture of the two of us? Azul's face turned deep purple, the octopus form of blushing. But please, no. It'll just be for me, Jamil assured. Come on, for me. Azul sighed. Fine, but promise me you won't post it anywhere. Oh no, Jamil rolled his eyes. I post it to Magicam to my 2 followers, which I must remind you are just you and Khalib. Jamil posed for the picture. Azul hesitantly wrapped his arm around Jamil. The tourist took a few photos before returning the phone to Jamil. Can I get out now? Azul asked. Oh yes, of course. Azul groaned. An employee gave him a potion and he used a wind spell to dry his clothes. Jamil was still looking at the picture. Azul's tentacles had wrapped around him protectively, while Azul continued to blush. Azul took a look. He wasn't even consciously hugging Jamil with the tentacles, it just happened. Even his stupid arms had betrayed his already obvious affection for Jamil. Embarrassed and exhausted, Azul asked if they could leave. Jamil allowed it. They stopped by the gift shop. Jamil would have been fine to just leave the aquarium, but Azul wanted to get him something. Azul presented Jamil with a plushy penguin, fuzzy and warm. It's cute, Jamil said. Do you want it? Azul asked. Oh, sure, Jamil agreed. And Azul bought it. They took a picture outside of the aquarium, a picture on Azul's terms so he could remember this most perfect day, and made their way back to NRC. Before going back to school, though, Jamil stopped in front of a restaurant. It served food from the scalding sands. I spent the last hour in your world, Jamil said. Would you like to spend a few minutes in mine? Azul nodded. Jamil took him inside and ordered. Azul didn't even get a chance to look at the menu. The food quickly returned. Jamil had ordered chicken curry, no surprise there, he so rarely got to eat it, and Azul had been given a plate of chicken and rice. Are you expecting me to eat this all? Azul asked. Not at all, Jamil said, spoon already in front of his face. Just eat what you can. And don't eat like a third of it and pretend you're full. I know you didn't eat lunch today. Azul sighed. The twins must have told Jamil everything. That's why he was forced to show the prettiest man in the world. Vil, don't kill him. Yeah, alright, no, valid, fair concern. His disgusting squishy merform. That's why he was currently stuffing his face with chicken and carbs again, under the guise of the prettiest man he'd ever seen. But Jamil wasn't cruel. He knew he couldn't break down all of Azul's walls today, so he let Azul eat half the plate and say he was full. They packed up the leftovers and finally returned to NRC. Azul walked Jamil back to Scarabia. Did you have fun? Azul asked sheepishly. Yes, I did, Jamil said. What about you? Aside from the embarrassment? I guess it was fun. Embarrassing, Jamil chuckled. No one's eyes were on you but mine. Your eyes are the only ones I care about, Azul said, which was a lie, but not entirely. He cared how other people saw him, but the way Jamil saw him mattered a lot more. Azul stopped in front of the door. Jamil turned back to him and placed a kiss on his cheek. I'll see you in class, Azul. Good night. Azul stumbled. Good night. When Azul returned to the lounge, Jade and Floyd were snickering at him. How'd it go? Floyd teased. Did Sea Snake get to see your squishy tentacles? Did you eat well? Jade asked, smirking. I told Jamil to make sure you were well fed. Azul resisted the urge to throw a chair in their faces. And that was the little aquarium. aquarium dates. My. Floyd and Jade being great wingmen. Being great wingmen. It was so cute and so entertaining. It was so lovely. Thank you so much for submitting your fic to be read on stream. It was very, very cute. It was very, very cute. This was a lovely time overall as well. This was a very, very cute and lovely, lovely little time. Where? There it is. Okay. I messed with my spreadsheet. I just want to make sure that I mark it so that way I know for next time that we did in fact read the aquarium date. And then that way we will not, you know, have the problems and things. Oh, I shuffled them. That's why they're not in order. There it is. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. It was the perfect one to end on. It was just not. It was nice. It was fluffy. It had a little bit of, you know, all the things that we like, right? It was very, very cute. Very, very fun. It was a good time. I enjoyed it heartily. I enjoyed it. I did. But as all things must come to an end. All good things must eventually end. And the game still not working apparently. So unfortunately we can't do our lovely little lessons, our lessons and chill that we normally do at the end of these streams. But I do want to say thank you to everybody. I hope you had a wonderful time. I hope this was exciting. I hope that this was fun. And we will be back next week. Hopefully the game will be fixed by then. Hopefully we will be able to continue the Nuzlocke. Hopefully it will be fine. Hopefully we wake up tomorrow morning and we're sitting with a nice fat stack of Star Shard bottles and some gems or keys. Or at least an official acknowledgement of the fact that this is a problem affecting the game for the majority of players. But we shall see. We shall see what there is to see. We can only wait at this point in time. There really ain't much we can do. But oh, I'm at the top. I forgot I put myself over there. There we are. But until we meet again. If you are going to sleep, have a good sleep. If you are going to be having a day, have a wonderful day. And I will see you all in the next one. Night's blessings. Bye-bye.